intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the fourth departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friends, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a wasteland.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your app. The fucking link is in the chat. That's
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter. Try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's covered. The beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. So, he's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit.
How do I get my hands on your stuff? Because I need something to clean these titty props. My job is just not doing it.
Bring your acid. As simple as that. Come in. I mean, bring it. Bring your acid. Hey, don't get Queen B at her 550, 600 service. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely. Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro.
She's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly. Beefing with the Queen Bee because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen Bee with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB could hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would fuck her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks, their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check, my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking old lying ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because she
I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed! Oh my god, bitch.
Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. That shit Chronicles of the Shady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Well, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your emails. What the hell is wrong with people?
Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
I'm fucking killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no, I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Good, babe.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away. See you
All right.
Pumpkin. I love you too.
Alright. I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got triggered today. I trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
I'm just trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, Duke. You hear him?
Yes, your dog is.
Damn it, Duke.
Girl, this tea is piping.
It's living. It's hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's Candy Sue? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the type of person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, me too.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I was not. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. All right, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Yo, what's happening? What's happening? How y'all doing? How's your day going? How y'all doing today? Oh, I see. Let me see here. Seeker gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Seeker. I appreciate you supporting the Hive, love. Thank you so much. If y'all got one, make sure you tell Seeker thank you. Oh, and a $20 super sticker. I could lose connection. A bad storm's coming. Oh, man. Okay, well, I hope you stay safe. Stay safe. That sucks, babe. Stay safe. Gosh dang, man. I like storms, but not when they get bad like that. It seems like it's pretty bad. So what are y'all doing? How's things going? These YouTube streets are, of course, on some bullshit. And we're here to talk about it. We're here to discuss it. YouTube afternoon craziness. I know that's right. I know I love a good storm too. Not when it's like a dangerous storm, but I love a good storm. I like rainstorms, like thunderstorms and stuff. I like them. I like them a lot. So you guys see the thumbnail. These fucking Facebook groups are on some bullshit and still continuing some bullshit. Remember the post that was made that JLR had talked about? JLR went live and talked about the Facebook post that was made and Betty and Sonia's group, and then he put it in his group. And you guys remember that? Where the cousin came forward and said that Katie supposedly unalived Sebastian and all this other stupid shit, and they said it was a anonymous post. So yeah, so the anonymous poster started actually commenting back, y'all. The anonymous poster started commenting back as if they could not tell who the fuck it was. Now tell me that ain't some fucking ridiculous bullshit. That's some bullshit if I ever heard any. Yes, absolutely. Make sure you hit the like button. I know people were asking me. The thumbs up. It doesn't really do it. It's a free way to help the channel. It doesn't matter if you do the ups or the downs. It just helps put us in the algorithm. So either way, it helps. Hey, voices, what's up?
Hey, girl. Sounds like there's some big bullshit going on today, girl.
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Oh, you got some feedback.
I do. Oh shit. Oh, is it now? Because I was just unmatting my cricket.
Let me see. No, I don't hear it anymore. I don't hear it.
That was my.
Yeah, I do hear it a little bit.
Okay, let me go down. I'll come back.
Okay. I'm not sure what the heck that was. That was kind of a little bit of, hey, Boston, what up? What up? What up? What up? Yeah, and she's loud as hell too, wasn't she? She was like, she sounded like she was super loud, and she had some really bad feedback. I don't know what the hell that was. What? Have y'all heard anything about human remains being found at Chris Proudfoot's job site? No, Crime Traveler. That's somebody starting some shit. That's clickbait bullshit. You guys, we got to be careful of that. You know what I mean? We cannot be doing this, giving these views clickbait and bullshit. You know what I mean? What's up, baby?
Is that better?
Oh yeah, that's a lot better. And you were super loud too, so that's that's fixed too.
Sorry about that.
Your mic, it was like so loud. I don't know what the hell happened, but it was like feedback and that was super loud.
Oh God, I'm so sorry, you guys. I am so sorry.
No, StreamYard's been acting up, so it ain't your fault. Kathy Chapin, thank you. She gifted 10 memberships. I thank you, baby. I appreciate you supporting the Hive. If y'all got one, make sure you tell her thank you.
I worry about the earbud users.
Yeah, but like I said, you just were, you were just coming in, so you didn't know. Yeah, thank you for becoming a new member, love. I appreciate that. So yeah, so there's a lot of bullshit going on. First of all, did you guys you remember me telling you about we went over the Facebook group and the bullshit post that was in Betty's and Sonia's group.
Yes.
So yeah, so we went over all that, and let's see here. Matter of fact, we'll do a little short recap with Evil Exists because I know they got videos on it. We played it on theirs anyways. So here. Oh. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, love. I won't say who that is, but thank you so much for the Cash App, baby. I appreciate that. Let's see here.
Craziness.
So I'm looking for the one that we played, which was like a week ago. I can't even find it in here. There's so many.
Which one are you?
Claims. Hold on. Right here. Supposedly Katie threw the clothes in the trash, the cousin or whatever the hell.
Oh Christ!
The original Facebook post with that fraud coming out and saying that. Here, matter of fact, I think this is it. So it says basically, okay, so supposedly she threw the clothes in the trash, which was it's a bunch of bullshit. This is just somebody in the Facebook group making this up as an anonymous poster, but here.
Drama in the Sebastian Rogers case that it's hard to know what to believe anymore. However, I can tell you that I am absolutely shocked with this post that was approved in one of the Sebastian Rogers Facebook group. I don't believe it. I think it is more BS. I am posting it here because people like this need to be reported.
And I agree, Evil Exists. I agree with Evil Exists. I think people like this need to be reported. I don't think this should have been posted. I don't think the anonymous poster, you know what I'm saying? I don't think the group admin should have fucking let this go through. I think it was some bullshit. And I think if that's the case, it should have been reported along with the anonymous user that posted it. Because she can see who the fuck posted that.
Yep.
As the admin of the group, she can see who posted that shit. So you're posting this now. They're having conversations with it back and forth. Like they're having conversations with this fucking group or where this person or whatever the hell. So the shit should have been turned into law enforcement. But Let's finish this one and we'll start the other one. But this is the original post. I didn't want to do this, but I have to. I've been having nightmares and I can't handle it anymore. And I am Chris Proudfoot's cousin. We grew up attached at the hip. I love him, but he holds so much information. I have just been feeling so sick this last month. Chris confided in me and had informed me that Katie killed Sebastian, which is bullshit. Which, I mean, come on now. You can't just be putting this in a fucking group like this. I mean, I don't know. I can't speak on here and say, I can't stand up here and say she didn't, because I have no fucking clue. You know what I'm saying? I don't, in my opinion, no, I don't think she did. But I mean, that's my opinion, you know? I don't think anybody should be posting anything like this. This is bullshit.
If there was some sort of truth to this, if there was, why would you take it to a Facebook group and not contact law enforcement directly?
Exactly. So it says, I wanted to hurt her, but she begged and pleaded. And are you fucking serious? But he begged and pleaded and even paid me $500 to stay quiet. I took the money and gave it to a homeless man. What the fuck? So it just gets worse and worse as it goes, right? So obviously, in my opinion, I'm saying this is a fucking bullshit post that somebody made up. However, the problem being is they know who posted this. They can tell who posted this. They know exactly who posted this, and they approved it.
This person posted anonymously in a group. The post reads, I didn't want to do this, but I have to. I have been having nightmares and I can't handle it anymore. I am Chris Proudfoot's cousin. We grew up attached at the hip. I love him, but he holds so much information. I have just been feeling so sick from this. Last month, Chris confided in me and had informed me that Katie killed Sebastian. At that point, I wanted to hurt her, but he begged and pleaded. And even paid me $500 to stay quiet. I took the money and gave it to a homeless man. I am so tired, exhausted, and they need to be locked up. Oh, and he also told me that they stripped him naked and threw his clothes in the trash that night. I'm posting this here so someone else calls the cops because I'm already feeling too many emotions. Many were alarmed by this post because this poster talked about throwing clothes in the trash, and we know that authorities searched the landfill. I just don't buy it though.
Well, yeah, people were upset about throwing clothes in the trash, but people were more upset that it was coming out supposedly that Katie had killed her kid. I mean, come on, this is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ, Cappy's dead. Shit.
I got nothing for it.
I wonder if this is the cousin who said there was a yeah, well, girl.
Though. Why wouldn't this person call authorities themselves if this information was true? I bet the admin of the group can see who this person is and report it. It's not a joke to make up such information in a missing child's case. This person must be investigated. Why are they making such claims online? Just really terrible. What do you guys think? Any truth to this or just more bullshit?
So the most recent video on Evil Exist is this one right here from 11 hours ago. Chris Proudfoot's cousin says a lot more. So here we go. This is actually the where my thumbnail came.
Sebastian Rogers' case feels like it's going cold, with no updates, and the parents keeping to themselves. It seems that some following the case are slowly moving on to other cases. It's very sad, but law enforcement needs to do more to keep this case in the public eye. The public is so important when trying to find a missing person, especially when police don't even know what happened to Sebastian. Someone might bring in a tip that breaks the case wide open. About 3 days, I posted a Facebook post where an anonymous person claiming to be Chris Proudfoot's cousin made some alarming and serious accusations. This person said that Katie killed Sebastian and threw his clothes in the trash that night. While some straight away called this out as BS, others said what if there is truth to this? Well, I heard that it's been called in multiple times and being investigated. One of you awesome subscribers took screenshots of more messages from this poster. And it gets even more disturbing. Under the original post, this person claiming to be Chris's cousin started answering comments. This one reads, I did call after I posted this. I haven't slept in days. I assume he or she called police then themselves, while asking others to call as well. When asked if Seth knows about this, The reply was, not that I know of. Seth and I had a falling out a few years ago during a family barbecue. If anyone has his current number, please let me know and I'll message. In his next message, there was a bit of a bombshell when asked if a location was known as to where to locate Sebastian. The response was, Chris did not tell me this much for he thought I'd go there. That's what he said. My head has been spinning and I can't let this go any further. Kathy and Terry also know, but they don't want him locked up. This is very interesting, since many believe that Chris's parents have knowledge about what happened to Sebastian, and may have even helped get him out of the house. This last reply really made my jaw drop. It reads, I may end up in prison because I have so much anger towards her. And it wasn't an accident. She did this because Chris kept pressuring her. This is some really shocking information, and whether it is BS or not, I still think this person needs to be located, and all these accusations need to be investigated.
So tell me that ain't some fucking bullshit. Yeah. Talk about pathetic.
I may end up in prison?
Yeah. How ignorant does this sound? It's just.
And again, it's on Facebook.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, they approved this and continued to let this go. I mean, they continued to approve these comments like this, you know what I'm saying? And approve this post. This post should have been deleted or shut off so that no more rumors of bullshit can be added to it. Oh, we got more memberships. I didn't even see. Hold on, baby. Let's see. Brianna gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Brianna. Let's see here. Upstate New York housewife gifted 10 memberships. Daddy's baby girl gifted a membership. Criminology gifted a membership. Thank you so much, ladies. If y'all got one, make sure you guys tell them thank you. And let's go. Brandon, member for 5 months, says thank you, Queen Bee, for all you do. I appreciate that. Thank you, baby. You guys, check y'all out showing love today. Blank screen, you know it. So many messy folks. Oh, yeah, this shit's messy as hell. Why the fuck it was approved in the first place is beyond me. I don't even understand why this post is still up. Why they're still going with, you know what I mean? I don't understand why the post is still up, allowing this kind of shit right here to keep going.
And that's
spreading lies and bullshit and spreading more shit.
Misinformation
doesn't need to be spread out here.
Disinformation. And again, doing this all on the back of a missing child. And now you're essentially trying to indicate that you know all about this, but you're taking it to social media.
Right. That's what pissed me the fuck off. And then you got these people out here posting this or approving it, you know?
Right. The moderators, the group owner, like, you're all wrong.
Like, if you know who it is, you should have been messaged this person and said, why the fuck are you playing games in a 15-year-old child's fucking case? Your ass is done, son. Bye. And they should have been booted from the fucking group. Out here saying shit like that, spreading that kind of shit. I don't know. Right. It's these, I mean, they keep it up. This shit should be shut down. I mean, but you know, there's so much shit shared in these Facebook groups. It's fucking ridiculous. They're never going to get it all out. I mean, there's so much manufactured drama and bullshit. And I feel like that's definitely a manufactured post. Like somebody made that. And I feel like they know exactly who made it. They know exactly what the fuck's coming. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. 100% on that.
Because why would they let that keep going? You know?
Well, and you're obviously gaining something out of it because you're still allowing it to happen, right? You're still allowing, and you're still consistently approving those posts. Like, you are part of that group, is part of the problem.
People using emails from anonymous sources is getting ridiculous too, and 99% of that stuff is pure speculation. Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Just like this with BOBBI lying and her bullshit. A lot of that came from, which, I mean, she was lying. We did catch her in a couple lies. But I did notice this morning that Truth No Feelings went live. I guess he got a few emails saying that she was going to be in, like, I guess she's being talked to or interrogated, investigated, something, I don't know. Something about along the lines of her. She said her son or her kids were following the canine.
Yes, she sure did. They said she.
Yeah, and I guess apparently no, they wasn't. No, they was not with the canine at all.
Well, here's the thing with that. Knowing that she likes to lurk in the bushes and watch from afar, we don't actually know that those kids weren't standing off from a distance. They could have been not, standing somewhere off in a distance watching what was going on. But she made it sound like they were following, tagging along, because what she did say was they followed a dog team everywhere they went that day. Either way, you're inserting yourself into an active, ongoing investigation, and it looks like you're trying to change the outcome of it. That is interfering. That is a criminal offense. Good luck, Bobby Noculars. Good luck.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, let's see here. This is K9 Charlie gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, K9 Charlie. I appreciate that. If y'all got one, make sure you tell them thank you. Y'all showing out today. Showing out. Let's see here. Okay, so this is Truth Not Feelings right here. So here's his I got it on like super high speed. So anyhow.
Let's see. I'm trying to wait on somebody to get over. Right? What would the point be in that? Audio. Hello, everybody.
Right.
Good to see you. Music City Mom, I feel you with the in pain, but alive. Got to be blessed. Can't be stressed. It's sunny in the UK. Oh, we got miracles happening. I'll be happy to click the like once it's determined whether it's clickbait or not. Robin, you don't have to stay around for that if you don't want to. I don't use clickbait. You know what I'm saying? Not my thing. All right. But you might have to stay around a little while because I don't just throw my show out there in the beginning. What would the point be in that? Right? What would the point be in that? Oh, man. So a little bit of review for this week. Just a little bit of a review. We've had neighbors come out. We've had friend of Katie come out.
True. We've had the neighbor come out and then a friend of Katie and Seth's come out. Katie, Chris, Seth, their family friend come out.
Yep.
He kind of gives Bobby Noculars. I mean, that's a good name for her, Bobby Noculars.
That's what I call her.
How nosy she is when she saw the lights at the pond. She probably told her kids, go find out what's going on. I thought that too. She's sending her little spawn to lurk. I swear to God. I was like, she must have been sent them over there. But they said basically that she was, her kids were not with the handler. Here, let's finish.
We've had audio that appeared out of midair. You know what I'm saying? We have psychics and mediums hearing voices in cameras that don't have audio. We have neighbors who are saying XYZ PDQ. And the one thing we don't have, the one important thing we don't have is we don't have news that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has made it home yet safely or at all. So with all the talking and all the bullshit and all the he said, she said, they did, they don't do, it's just that. And the creators on this fucking YouTube street are definitely showing their true colors.
Oh, baby, they've been showing their true colors. You're just seeing it. You're just getting to see it. Just wait. It gets better. Or should I say worse? Nonsense says, Bobby, in my opinion, did nothing but spread rumors that are forming in Facebook groups. I was trying to help someone out. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Seth, as a matter of fact, I believe Seth's sister is in that group. I'm not sure if Seth is in that group because he claims he doesn't have Facebook, but his sister is. She watches these as well, and she commented she was in my comment section just the other day.
Beyond true colors. I believe that there's some people that just hate facts. They just hate them. Like without fail, no matter what happens, you can tell them the sky is blue and the ocean is blue, and they're going to tell you the sky is orange and the ocean is lavender. So I think it's really important that law enforcement come forward pretty soon and give some sort of public address. That's just kind of where I'm at right now.
Nonsense. I don't know if he was doing it to make fun of them or if he was doing it just as to nitpick at her. I'm not really sure why he put that there, that breaking news, but matter of fact, he's probably in here somewhere. If he is, if you are Truth Not Feelings, why'd you do that breaking news? Was it to make fun of him or what? Was you talking shit or was this for real? What's up?
But everybody has seen the interview with the neighbors. Am I correct? Or the neighbor, the one that lives on another street.
Oh, wait a second. Seth is in the group. He actually responded to that post in that group. Oh, did he? See, I'm not in those Facebook groups. So I'm not in that one either. So I don't know. I'm not sure. That's odd.
Somehow.
What were you saying, Voices? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Not in that Facebook group either. Those are one step above the devil Discord.
Knowledgeable of everything that the Proudfoots do, although she's only met him once, and that was after Sebastian went missing. Y'all know who I'm talking about? Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Just want to make sure that we all understand which neighbor we're talking about, right? The one that gave the interviews that came out of nowhere. I think her name is BOBBI. Yeah, BOBBI. Well, BOBBI, there are some questions going around right now, ma'am. There are not only some questions, but word on the street is you might be looking at a little bit of an investigation, maybe a lot of an investigation. See, what you can't do is you can't come out and lie on law enforcement. That's what you can't do, okay? You can't come out and say things about a case that either A, aren't factual, or B, law enforcement is not going to back you up on. I got an email late last night, and I didn't get to the email till this morning.
The post originated in Sonia's group, which she has a Sebastian Facebook group. And then JLR took the post from their group and put it in his group. Why, I don't know. But he did a live stream explaining it.
And the email comes from somebody that is involved in the case. And the email pointed out something very interesting that I had asked of my chat a couple days ago. And the question that I had asked was, BOBBI made the comment that her two kids under the age of 18, I think they're 16 or 17, were with the canine when the canine tracked to the pond, the retention pond, and then jumped into the water. She states that her kids saw that. Well, there's a little bit of a problem with that. Well, there's a major problem with that, right? First thing is, it would be 100% against operation and standards and procedure to allow a child, let alone another human not associated with the search, to tag along with a canine in an active track. Now, mind you, he gives a timeline in this interview of how this happens, right? But if you go and you listen to her timeline and then you listen to the police communication, they don't coincide. As a matter of fact, there are parts within the the police audio that would prove different, that would prove that there was nobody with Max the dog other than the dog handler at the time of the radio communication, which is when they were at the pond. Okay, so in this email that I received, there has been communication with Max's handler, and we are waiting on one thing to come back, right? But what I can tell you is that if in fact someone goes public and lies about something that would cause an interference with the case, then that within itself can be deemed criminal. My understanding is that BOBBI has been contacted by Ellie again. This is just my understanding. And that she has been told essentially to cease interviews and things like that.
So, not sure, not sure how this came about, you know what I'm saying? Or where these interviews came from, or, you know what I'm saying? Not too sure who sent the emails.
Interesting. This is really, really interesting.
But, yeah, I was going to say, it is very interesting, huh?
BOBBI comes out, gives her speech, says what she says, people watch it, and then suddenly law enforcement is like, oh, you best not be saying those things, ma'am.
I got another email late yesterday afternoon that confirmed some things that were talked about on these YouTube streets. The friends that BOBBI has and has been shown, supposedly, allegedly, would suggest that there is a group of people behind the scenes who are pushing a narrative exterior to what Tony is pushing, if that makes sense. So I think in the next 7 to 10 days, we're going to see some developments when it comes to BOBBI and her interview. And I do believe that we're going to see some people held responsible for some of this misinformation. when you start creating evidence that interferes with an investigation, whether it be audio that goes with sound or saying that you were somewhere that you're not supposed to be, right? So there's a level of concern in my understanding that there are people that are inserting themselves and not for the better of Sebastian. Okay. So it's very interesting to me, very, very interesting to me that we're at a place where people are taking the risk of their financial status, of their safety. And it also puts somewhat of a shroud upon your head when you come public and you make all these statements and then you go and you contact Google and you have your house blurred out because you don't want anybody to know where you live. But yet you've given everybody the play-by-play of exactly where you live. That seems odd to me. If you go through that neighborhood on Google, the Proudfoot home is not blurred out. You know, none of these other homes are blurred out. But that house is, and one other house is down the way, the one that's directly behind the Proudfoot's home. So I'm curious to see over the next week or two what will come from this little bit of information that I received, and kind of how that unfolds, you know?
Yeah, I'm kind of interested too to see, you know what I'm saying? How it unfolds and where it comes from, you know, where did these emails come from? That's kind of what I was wondering. Where did those emails come from?
It's a great question. Who are you? Who, you know, I doubt he will reveal his source.
Right.
But I mean, that's like, and is it like the rest of us creators get, you know, the random emails that are in the know, and sometimes it turns out to be factual and other times it's just part of the gossip mill, and you know what I mean? Like I have questions, but that's just me because I'm a nosy bitch and I gotta know things.
See, like Flutter said, she said, this is so irresponsible. These people purposely misguiding the attention and focus away from the actual facts of this case.
And I agree with that fully. It looks like they got self-serving purposes, in my opinion.
What?
Yeah.
Queen Bee emails with info sounds familiar to one popping up lately, making up lies, saying that Sonya and Seth are dating, which isn't factual. Well, what the fuck? So somebody's sending out emails just with information and bullshit in them, or just with fake information and bullshit in them, huh?
And if you try to track the email back, it just goes back to like a nothing and it's no longer in existence. So it's just, I mean, somebody's doing it under sock accounts. So just, I don't understand it. It's,
first of all, why would we apologize, Greek yogurt? And who would we apologize to?
I would rather be wrong in where I stand on a viewpoint in this. And I don't owe anybody an apology for my opinion. Are you all apologizing if we find out the parents are involved? You woke up with an extra helping of audacity today, didn't you, Bubba? You thought it's Tuesday and I'm going to put 2 scoops of audacity into my coffee cup.
Today, that just did it.
And I am running all over these YouTube streets and I am going to play audacious Greek yogurt. Mm-hmm. Two scoops of audacity today. Yes, you did. Okay.
That just cracked me up. Oh, here, and guess what else though? Listen to this. Ready?
What?
Get ready for the next thumbnails, you guys. Ready? It's gonna say, police investigating bone found near St. Jude's as possible human remains. Chris Proudfoot he works at St. Jude's. Oh my God.
Uh-huh.
guess what the article says? Memphis police were called to St. Jude's campus Tuesday morning. Police say a bone was found and officers were called to investigate. The medical examiner was brought in to determine if the bone is human. There is evidence that may lead to the bone belonging to a former burial ground at the location. The new Winchester burying ground was established at the site in 1828. It remained the site cemetery until 1847, but quickly deteriorated. Police are not investigating as a homicide at this time. Okay, so when you start seeing people pop up with, just like this Facebook group, there's already one in there. Police investigating bone found near St. Jude's as possible human remains. Yes, that is where near Chris Proudfoot works, but let's not. See what I'm saying?
It's fucking wild.
Dun. It's bullshit.
Fucking wild.
It's bullshit, just so y'all know.
I hope your bullshit meters are going blip, 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 blip.
Yeah, here, I'll crop the name out, but this is what's in a Facebook group already. As I just read you guys the article. Matter of fact, here, I'll even put the article in the fucking chat. So y'all can read it for yourselves.
That's kind of like when they found the 16-year-old boy's body that was like a recovery mission because he went into the water. And so what did they, are they wrong? I mean, and do you not think that Chris and Katie don't get those headlines and their guts don't just, their heart doesn't just fall into their gut? They're probably waiting on the same news. Like, they're waiting on the same news one would expect. Because that's the call they don't want to get.
Okay, so the article, I just dropped it in the chat. That's the article. And so that article came out. And someone put this in the Facebook group already. Ready? Hold on, I'm going to go grab it for you. I'm going to pull it up for y'all. This is how ridiculous they are.
Okay,
all right. That article came out, and it says it's not being investigated as a homicide, right? You guys see that? It's not being investigated as a homicide. No, it's from an old burial ground. Check this out.
Don't be taking a drink right now, guys. And I apologize if you're my cricket in the background. I've been trying to stay muted. What do you think is the going rate for accusing a missing child's stepfather of being a serial killer nowadays? I don't know, Brianna. Oh, Lord. Who else do we know this is? Oh, my God. Well, there you got it, folks. Look at that.
See, that's what I'm saying. They took a fucking article, took a piece out of it, and put this in the fucking Facebook group. So now this is in a Facebook group right now.
Yeah, I get you. I'm picking up.
How many fucking, how many thumbnails and how many YouTube videos you think we're going to see? Could it be Sebastian? Could Chris Proudfoot have put that there? I mean, this is the ignorant shit that they do.
I know. It's not right. It's not fair. It's not accurate. But they don't fucking care. They just don't care. They want it to be what they want it to be. And it doesn't matter that it's an ancient burial ground from the 1800s, which given the South and the long history that we have, yeah, that's very logical. But instead, they would rather make it be a missing boy and that his stepfather is just able to teleport, without checking out a security or anything else. This is so stupid. It's dangerous.
Very fucking dangerous. Because you already got one creator trying to send her fucking dream team over to St. Jude's to find out what time the gate opens and what time Chris was at work, because she thinks she might have found something. He might have made it to work 2 seconds after he said. So
again, does she not? I still go back to, and do you not think that law enforcement is not aware?
Slimy already ran with it.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Why does that not surprise me?
I just want to, why we got 1,100 people in here. I want to make sure y'all see this bullshit. And this is from a fucking article that's already came out and said this is not, this is from an ancient burial grounds. From, you know what I'm saying? It's not being looked at as a homicide. Nothing at all.
Blank screen, that's the same thing we've said. Look what happened when Mallory went to St. Jude's. It's... And if you think you're going to get anywhere near that security gate, that those construction workers have to go in and out, if you don't think that you're not going to get found out, and again, we cause more problems for people's place of employment. What if this is the capper and St. Jude says, you know what, Mr. Proudfoot, I appreciate you and I appreciate the work that you've done, but you know what, there's just been too much since your kid went missing and it's putting us at too big of a risk. What happens then, you dumb assholes? What did you just do? You just got another victim fired. Another one. What about the children that are on that? What about the employees that are there? Not any of them deserve to have their day up. It's set into upheaval. It's a construction site, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah, I just think it's fucking ridiculous that people are already starting to run with this bullshit. And as you see in the article, you got the article. It's rotating through the chat. This is bullshit's already started. This is a post and this is a Facebook post in the group already from that fucking article. So just know that there's a rumor this is one of the rumors that they're going to probably try to start running with. Another bullshit fucking rumor. Brianna says, what you think the going rate? Hold on. What you think is the going rate for accusing a missing child's stepfather of being a serial killer nowadays? Yeah, kind of curious. I mean, what y'all think the going rate for that is?
This is wild. We don't know anybody that is involved. Nothing has been confirmed. Law enforcement has said there is no signs of foul play. Everybody's a suspect. Nobody's a suspect. Everybody's a suspect until nobody's a suspect. Yep. It's another case where...
I have no idea. It didn't say what kind of bone it was. It just said possible human remains. Or a bone, from a bone, a human bone or whatever. Sorry, not remains. I don't know why. I'm sorry.
Well, and yes, Seth has said he is a suspect, but all three parents are. It's not just Seth. All three parents are. They have all three cooperated. They've all done what law enforcement has asked of them, for the most part. And those that haven't, law enforcement has ceased the contact with, right? So I don't see what this just is a way for a creator to sensationalize clickbaity titles, in my opinion. And we all know how Facebook works. We just know. It's just a CSA cemetery that people forgot about. Listen, even when Billings Clinic did their expansion a few years back, they found a cemetery from sometime in the 1800s as well. Back in the day, hospitals used to provide for like indigent, if there was nobody to pay. There were hospital cemeteries also. So that's why this Emmy was called out. Please, and listen, law enforcement hasn't told us that he's not alive. So until law enforcement says that there's some indicator that Sebastian is no longer with us, then I will cease holding on to hope. But as far as I'm concerned, it is my job to continue to help hold on to hope, because we don't see any evidence that he's not going to return.
So look what Karen says. And find Sebastian Rogers there calling Nick Barris a liar regarding the flippin' lights video.
Jesus Christ. So
yeah, I posted it. We posted it in here, babe.
So in other words, today is Kill the Beast Tuesday. They're just looking for a beast so that they can cage it and kill it, in my opinion. They got to have a bad guy. There's no other bad guys. Like Tony was a bad guy for a minute, but then
I don't know. It's getting real fucking old, real fucking fast.
Yep, I agree. As if all of these people are not going through stuff on their own. And law enforcement, while they're working this one, it's not like when kids go missing, it's not like they say, okay, we got one missing, we can't have another one. Oh, we're working a missing kid case. We can't have any other crime. Everybody be good. No, it doesn't stop. Life keeps going. I guess in connection with the fake audio. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Like, I'm pretty sure Nick Barris said there was no audio with that in the beginning. I could be wrong, but there's a young girl missing in Hendersonville now. Wow. Oh, he's on with Web Sleuths.
Yep. So this is SF Investigates. He popped up to talk about Sebastian's case, and I thought it was pretty interesting. So we'll play some of it and listen to a little bit of it, and you know.
Was this last night?
I believe this was a day before yesterday, maybe.
Okay. I just didn't know he had popped up there. That's cool.
Oh, look, I had seen it I believe yesterday or whatever, and wanted to go over it, but I wasn't sure. Let's see here. 3 days ago as today. So
nice.
I was gonna say I thought it was the day before yesterday, but I had it up here. I was gonna go over it, but I didn't know. Here we go. We'll speed it up because it's kind of.
I'm also.
He goes by SF Investigates, SF_investigates on Twitter. And Steve, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
You're licensed in like 5 states as a private investigator. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your background first?
Yes, I'm licensed in California, Arizona, Florida, Tennessee, and Alabama, and a couple new states coming on. And then I'm also in search and rescue, and on a couple law enforcement search and rescue teams, and a couple private teams. And I only work missing person cases.
And it keeps you quite busy, correct?
Yeah, it does. Unfortunately.
but it's nice to be able to help some of these families. If they get thrown into these situations, they never think they'd be involved in it, and they have no idea what to do.
Well, exactly. And we've talked about this before. In a missing persons case or a murder case, you're going along and you're.
So he actually just put some information out in the Layla Santinello case, and actually he's been pretty on point with the information he's been putting out.
Yeah. Yep. Even when Kylie Rodney's case happened, he was still very on point.
Yeah. I don't know. I was a little pissed off at him in that case, but.
Well, I was too, but he was still on point. We can not like him, and we can be upset with him, and he can still do a good job.
Right. True. All right.
Normal life, and then boom, you are not only thrown in the spotlight, which is bad enough, but you have social media, which is a whole new animal, and it can be a monster that can eat you alive, and there's no book, there's no sheet that you can grab that tells you how to act. So I'm glad to see that you are helping families who are, in addition to going through a nightmare of whatever it is, a missing persons or a murder investigation,
right?
And then
they don't even know where to start to look for. I mean, like, what do you Google to find a missing person? I mean, thankfully there's some of these big advocacy groups, big legitimate ones that are really prominent, and they are able to find them. But and then you got the dynamics of some of the family members, they don't all agree on the way to go about doing it. And I was involved in a case that ended yesterday. We found the girl yesterday, but they had very different opinions on how things should be done, and whether there should be social media or not be social media, or so it's tough for these families.
It is. And like you said, you have them arguing, and then I'll take it a step further. Sometimes they take to Facebook and they bring their personal arguments there, and they'll take and get their YouTube channel, and it becomes something that creates a rift for the rest of their lives. Right. I fully believe, Steve, that maybe in 50 to 75 years, people are going to look back at this time and go, God, Lord, that was the Wild West back then. There were no controls. I think at some point we're going to get this under control. One little thing I want to say, because I have to yap. You can't shut me up. Sometimes you can, but not tonight. I fully believe that one way to stop the rumors and to stop the baloney is to make people use their real name when they post this crap. Use their real name. That's one way to stop all of this baloney. And let's talk about Sebastian Rogers. Real briefly, I'm going to put up his poster here. He went missing on Sunday night, Monday morning. I think was it February 22nd. Last seen publicly at a restaurant on that Sunday. And then he literally vanished. According to his mother was the only one home. Her husband, Sebastian's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, the police have said that he was hours away at work. His father, Seth Rogers, was at work at a jail. He's on closed circuit television. The only one that was with him was his mother, Katie Proudfoot. There isn't any witness that I'm aware of that can put Sebastian at his home after going to the restaurant. And that doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying this is what we have to work on. According to his mother, Katie Proudfoot, he went out without his shoes. And there we have it. That's it. That's what we have. But Steve, tell us whatever you can about Sebastian's case.
Well, first, I want to make clear that I'm not officially involved in the case, but being in this industry, it's certainly have learned a lot more about it. I have had several conversations with Chris, but I'm not, in the case officially. It's the strangest case I've ever seen in missing persons. It's totally gotten away from Sebastian. The talk is not about him anymore. There was a core group of people that were keeping it about Sebastian, and were, on the ground doing things. But for the majority, this is about the infighting and the rumors and accusations, and it's just totally now cease and desist letters.
We're going to talk all about that.
Yeah.
And again, that's one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because and Insightful One, if you could please put Steve's Twitter in chat throughout the evening, I would appreciate it. If you do go to Twitter, it's SF_investigates. And Elon, it's Twitter. I refuse to call it that. That makes me mad. But that's one of the many reasons I wanted you to come on tonight to talk about Sebastian's case. We're calling it the Daily Drama Report, the DDR, because I've never seen anything like this. Closest I've seen is Summer Wells, but this is a lot worse. This is a lot worse than Summer Wells. But let's talk about that. Let's kind of jump forward. I heard about the cease and desist, and I did a live stream where I got very upset because in all of my time doing this, Steve, I've never heard of a parent demanding that people quit talking about their missing child. Good God Almighty. But I just want to say, I know YouTube creators and other people were saying horrible things about Seth. That's not right either. Mm-hmm. But that's separate. You can sue them for slander if it's written libel. Do that, but don't tell people to stop talking. And I want to say, our good friend Chloe, the private investigator who's been searching for Sebastian, doing it on her own time, not taking a penny for it, she got one of them. And she's been accused of things that are not true. And so I want to tell everybody, if you see anything out there about private investigator Chloe and it's negative, it's a lie and it can be proven. It just makes me so angry. She got one of those.
Yes, Chloe got a cease and desist, and she was out searching for Sebastian, and she got a cease and desist.
It's absolutely.
I mean, that ain't bullshit. That is pure fucking bullshit.
Talk about the cease and desist letter.
Well, so Chloe got the cease and desist. They originally said they let her go because she wanted to background check, which is 100% industry standard. You know, when you're search and rescue, you are working under the authority of law enforcement. You are an arm of law enforcement. You're going on private property. You're getting intelligence briefings from law enforcement. They got to know who they're dealing with. And so Chloe wanted to background check people, and Seth very publicly came out and said, I didn't ask her to do that. I want anybody that will help to come out. And then he goes from that to cease and desist. Don't ever even say my kid's name again.
God almighty.
That's just a complete 180. Like, I don't see how you get from one to the other. So it just shows that there's something else going on. But really bugs me about the cease and desist letters. And Chloe's the only person that I know personally that got one. I know other people got them. I don't know them. You know, I do know Chloe. Is that this lawyer signed under her bar card, signed these letters that did not cite any legal authority whatsoever in them of what the allegations were, what they had said. They need to stop under what, you know, she didn't cite any law. It was just stop. You can't tell somebody to stop saying somebody's name. And a missing persons case, when law enforcement comes out with a missing persons poster or an Amber Alert, it is a call to the public for help. They're saying, please, you know, we need the public's assistance in locating Sebastian Rogers. Like, you can't, and now he's saying everybody stop that. For what reason? It makes zero sense. I don't know who's advising him initially. I guess maybe Tony, but the fact that the lawyer was willing to sign those and put them on her letterhead shocks me. And she should be ashamed if she's interfering in a missing persons case of a 15-year-old autistic boy.
And she should know the law enough to know that Steph and Sebastian are now considered public figures. We can talk about them. They can't stop us. They can't. Now, again, that doesn't mean go on and say anything you want. No, and that's a separate issue. But for this lawyer to send out this, knowing that, no, I mean, she's a lawyer. Yeah. It makes no sense to me.
And was demanding, like, she demanded even more from Chloe than the YouTubers. I'm not going to say what because that's Chloe, but on what, you know, it's just mind-boggling that she's willing to put her reputation and law license on you know, and stamp those. It's shocking, and I don't understand. It's not because they really want people to study. It has to do with control. I feel it's Seth feeling like he's losing control of the narrative, not getting invited on these shows because he's quite frankly turned it into a circus, and he's upset about that. You know,
exactly. Insightful one. Can you tell us who Tony is? People are asking in chat. He was the spokesperson for Caleb Harris. Can you just give us just a little teeny, his last name, Tony
Mathis?
Right.
Yes, and he's a friend of Caleb Harris's father, Randy. So he was doing PRs or spokesperson for Caleb's family, and then now he's helping, quote, Sebastian's family. And I also was told he was helping in the Harley Morris case.
And that's about it. And I have heard Tony on other live streams talking about why they sent out these cease and desist. And I'm like, okay, Tony, you're able to get up in the morning, you drive a car, you know, you talk to people, you dial phone numbers. How could you even think that this was the right thing to do?
Yeah, it's insane. Like, if he thinks there is 0.0% chance that law enforcement will deal with him or brief them on anything after that, after those. They weren't before, they are not now. I can tell you that. They're just, I mean, that was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in this case.
Me too. And I do want to say a lot of people are saying that Tony was fired by Caleb Harris's family. Tony put out a statement, and I'm paraphrasing, saying no, they just decided to part ways because Seth needed his help more at the moment than Caleb's family. So let's put that out there. The Caleb Harris's family has not come out and said they fired Tony. So let's just stop that rumor right there. Okay, let's go back to the very beginning, Steve. One thing that I found very shocking, excuse me, is when I first heard Chris and Katie Proudfoot on a live stream talking about the case. Chris Proudfoot so glibly and gleefully talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt. It was just one time, and it was over the pants. When I heard that, I became infuriated. That's abuse. But he was fine with it. And I heard, and he kept going on these, all of these live streams. He eventually, I don't know if you saw this or not, Steve, but we had Chloe and Heather on, and then Chris and Seth came on, and it got very contentious. Yeah. And but I was shocked to see what Chris Proudfoot was doing. Now, that is Sebastian's stepfather. What do you think about that?
Well, I'll tell you, I had a conversation with Chris about this. And
I love web sleuths, and Me and Trisha, we chat here and there. But we do disagree on some things. I will say that. So, okay, here.
Well, I think that
I am not
there's a lot of that.
endorsing it at all.
Sorry, I didn't mean. I was gonna say I didn't mean to stop it on you guys. I mean, I'm trying to make sure I get through a little bit of it before I start stopping and talking every 2 seconds.
I know, and I think that. Listen, I've adored Trisha for a long time, but I don't agree with her in this. And at this moment, I see her bias leaking out everywhere, probably because of my bias, where we've had a conversation and we didn't experience what she experienced. So
yeah, so
again,
it's just
it's
well,
hard.
You know, like I said, I adore her. She's I just love her, but we disagree on some things, and that's okay, you know.
And you know what? If you think back to Heels and her disagreed on things, and they agreed on things. So it's going to be common in friendships for that to happen, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, and I agree. I'm like, I was just going to remain quiet, but I'll say it this way instead.
Well, but I think him and Katie hit a point where you can only be accused literally of murdering your kid so many times before you just kind of unleash. And I agree. And I don't. Listen, the law enforcement has indicated there's nothing. So I get that part of it. And what Chris and I talked about was, quite frankly, I'm not saying I agree with it at all, but he was very honest about it. And he said that happened one time like that. And we talked about, like, when I was in school, they used to have the paddles. Like the teachers would have the paddles like on the wall. It used to be allowed, like at least in Arizona. So I'm not saying it's right, but I don't think he was like beaten. I think Chris is going to stand up for him and his wife, and and Sebastian. And again, I will say, and I don't have any sides that I'm only concerned about Sebastian in the case, but I've had private conversations with him. He's given me very, very truthful and accurate information, and that's stuff that he does want people searching for Sebastian. He 100% does, and he's willing to share critical information if he trusts you and he knows that your intentions are real. So, I understand he comes off abrupt. I get it. I'm not here to defend that. He can do that himself, but he was honest with me about it. And so.
No, and I understand what you're saying. I do. You're right. Like we said, you're going along in your life, and then boom, you're thrown into this. Right. But the problem was they gave such a bad impression.
It doesn't. And I'll be honest, I don't think he's going to apologize for that.
No.
I get it, but I also, and I know you agree. You said you agree, but I get, like, there's some people that say some that are just like
horrible.
Katie killed him and did this, and like there's just nothing to
horrible.
Or that Chris. I mean, Chris, like they've said, you got to remember, it's not just even TBI's involved in this case. The FBI is also involved in this case. And they have done forensics on those vehicles, where exactly they were at exact times. And there's a lot of surveillance between here and Memphis. And, so, it's a lot like the Kylie Rodney case. Everybody thought, hey, they're letting these kids run these interviews and stuff. But little did everybody know, because Sammy had said, hey, we'll do them in the trailer. They're allowed to bug the trailer if they have the owner's permission. And Kylie's grandfather was the owner. So they bugged that thing. It was video and audio bugged, and all those kids, everything they told was on.
Wow.
It was all evidence.
Right.
That's the first time ever disclosed that. But since the case is wrapped up, I don't mind it. But I mean, so they're actually a little smarter than people give them credit for. What they were doing was listening to real conversations that they thought were private, the kids thought were private, and they got a lot of good intelligence out of that.
Good.
Right.
So I think you got to believe them when they say, and they're not. I think, listen, you guys have been around this business as long as anybody. They're not. Law enforcement's not acting like they're not a suspect, but they kind of are. They're acting like there's no suspects.
But they've come out and said that Chris and Katie and Seth have cooperated 100%. And I'm going to stress, there's nothing to suggest that any of them have done anything wrong. And nobody is apologizing for anybody. What we're trying to do is present the truth of what is going on. Okay. I told Chris Proudfoot to his face, I thought that was abusive what he did to Sebastian. That doesn't mean he had anything to do with the disappearance. Law enforcement has not even hinted that Seth and Chris and Katie have had anything to do with this. It just seems like the kid vanished, and it's so frustrating. But there is, like you said, there's all this stupid drama going around out there that is causing the problems. And Seth is making it worse with that damn cease and desist. And Tony said there's going to be more coming.
Now, I think that was about ridiculous. Him sending out cease and desist was probably the stupidest thing he could have done. Honestly.
There was no legal leg to stand on, because they didn't cite what they wanted them to.
No, and he ain't got the money to sit and sue anybody anyway, so it's ridiculous that he even did that. He just made a fucking fool of himself.
And I believe it was a PR.
Bring it on. I mean, I know
I'll be happy to DM them my address.
Exactly.
You know, but keep in mind, this all started where this really meltdown really began was with Seth getting rid of Chloe and Trevor. That's where it really accelerated the downfall. You know,
that's what started it. Exactly.
That was just such a bad idea. I mean, the two people that he truly needed, two people that Sebastian truly needed that were involved in this case, he cut loose because I don't know, because of Tony.
Yeah,
who
exactly.
Art salesman. So
exactly, and again, I want to stress anybody out there that says, "Oh, Chloe leaked a phone call." No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Chloe didn't leak information about Katie Proudfoot's mother. That was already out there a long time before Chloe even mentioned anything about paperwork with information. So quit blaming Chloe because she didn't do it.
Yeah.
And I've heard Seth say some awful things about her.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to a jealousy thing. I really do. I think that people out there understand that Chloe is, first of all, very, very talented investigator and search and rescue, and she's not going to back down to him. And I think that makes him mad and makes him jealous, and he wants the spotlight on him. The spotlight, you know, Chloe intentionally does not put the spotlight on herself. She wants it on the victim. She wants it on Sebastian.
Yes, exactly.
And you know, but Seth wants it all on him, and he wants to be running the show. And you know, you can tell he's like, people are making money on these live streams and stuff. Well, you're the one going. You were going on them every single night, like up to 2 or 3, 4 in the morning. You know?
Exactly. And you know what? And guess what? When Nancy Grace talks about Sebastian, she makes money. This is what people do for a living. They talk about true crime. They talk about what's in the news.
Right.
A lot of people in chat are asking, and I'm curious as well. Steve, what do you think happened to Sebastian?
So I do a lot of autistic search and rescue stuff, and I have 2 certifications in it. You know, 50% of autistic children will run away once before their 17th birthday. You know, they become overstimulated. You know, we even heard from his teachers, I believe, in the last few weeks that he was seeking out like enclosed spaces. You know, when autistic kids would get overstimulated, you know, unfortunately they often seek out water. But he was going in enclosed places. I don't know if they're 100% true, but there's been stories that he may have been hiding under vehicles in the neighborhood.
Okay, I do believe that was that they came out and debunked that and said that no, he was not hiding under vehicles in the neighborhood.
And Sebastian could also be in the 50% that did not run away from home before his 17th birthday. If 50% do, 50% don't. And he
but see, listen. So last night, my little was playing this game or whatever, and she came out and we were on the phone or whatever, and she was like, she was talking about this thing, and she bent over and she's like, I have money. Do you guys have money? She was talking. She didn't know I was talking to my friends or whatever, but that's what they say to each other in this game. And they ask, you go up and ask them, like you say, I got money, you know, this much money or whatever. Do you have money to do trades and stuff like that? So when I went in there, she was randomly just fucking, and this is just on a game, randomly talking to another kid. Don't even know how the fuck she even got there or how she got a hold of this. You know what I'm saying? How she was even able to talk to this other person. I mean, thank God it was a little kid, but it could have been a fucking adult.
Did you jerk the game system out of the wall? Like oh my God, my heart.
Well, no, but I needed to figure out where the fuck it came from, how she got there, how to disable it and shit. You know, that's the problem is we don't know. You know, I have no fucking idea.
Oh my God, that is so scary.
Yeah, thank God it was another, you know, young ass kid, but it very well could have been an adult, you know?
Right.
And then you know, put the fucking headsets on. You don't know what they're saying. You don't even know what the hell they're talking about. I said, who the fuck you talking to? She goes, I don't even know. Yeah, you're done. You're done.
Yeah,
you're done.
I don't know, I'm just asking a random person in my game for money. To ask if they want to trade.
Yeah, that's what they trade for. They trade that, and that's what I said. I was like, "What do you do? What do you do?" And she's like, "I just walk up and say, I got money. Do you have your money?" And she's like, "Yeah." And then we trade outfits and stuff. And I'm like, "Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Nope. That's done. You're done."
Oh,
that's
my
it.
God, that is so scary. Wow. Yeah, I just walk up and say this, and they say that.
They have those fucking games. I mean, like I said, there's like Roblox. There's a chat box where you can talk to fucking other kids. These kids can talk to these other kids. And I mean, I'm sure the adults can get in there and pretend to be a kid.
Well, absolutely.
It would not be that hard.
Hell, with voice changers nowadays.
Yeah.
Well, if you're only typing via text, I mean, yeah.
Well, and I didn't want to take the game from her because I was being irresponsible. I didn't know there was a chat box. I didn't know there was a way to talk to anybody. So I went in, found it, disabled it. You know what I mean? Like I let her finish her game, but still, I mean, she's like, well, now I have to type. I said, well, then you're guess you're gonna have to type. You ain't fucking talking to anybody. I don't care.
Right. Type it away all you want, but not speaking.
Yeah, that's what I did. I went into the settings and blocked the fucking chat thing. Hell no, you ain't. Fuck no, you ain't.
We don't need audio from our home going out into the interwebs. I mean, come on now. That's
no. I don't want to talk to anybody on there. Kids or not. No, we're good. So yeah, we had an experience with it last night. But here we go.
And I think what happened was, I think something was wearing on him, and I think he became overstimulated, and I think he blocked off. And and they stem, which is the movements and stuff, and so I think he blocked off, and that no, it's much thicker now than it was, but still, it's really easy to get caught up in that brush or
Yeah, and you know what? We got 1,200 people in here. I bet there's probably half the chat. Their kids have played Roblox or Minecraft or something along those lines. And here, Amanda, so since Roblox has chat, my kids go in there and just sit and chat. Now that said, it's highly monitored and they're with their personal friends, and mine is older, but it's very easy to meet strangers. Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is.
And that's all it takes is one stranger.
Yep. Here, Jennifer said, I play Roblox with my 7-year-old niece on FaceTime, and it scares me how easy I can just act like a kid in there. It's horrible. Yeah, it's fucking wild. I have never... last night blew my mind how all I could think was, you know what if he was in this game? What if he was in one of the games and met somebody? I mean, how easy it would be for somebody to say, hey, what's your mom and dad doing? Oh, nothing. Are you busy or whatever? No. You want to go out here? Oh, you like cats? You want to go help me find my cat? Yeah, I'll pick you up. You ain't got to worry about putting your shoes on. Just run out to the car.
Listen, I thought about that. Or somebody could have easily said, oh, you're going to live with your dad. I got a cat. You can have a cat at your dad's
I got
house.
an extra room or whatever. You ain't got to worry about that. Don't worry about that. Your parents can't make you stay home. Blah, 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 blah. Bullshit.
Yep. And
then Seth said he hooked up a Google for him, a Gmail for him and all that. Yeah, I often wonder if he was lured away. It makes me really fucking wonder. It's sad, really. It is.
I've always
those
thought
trees. It is so thick. When I was there,
I've always thought
cut you off.
I've always thought he was lured off. I always have.
Yeah, that's another thing too. And it's not so much rich kids, but she said rich kids send food and Ubers. They Uber themselves fucking food. These kids on here. Oh my God, you guys listen, one of these fucking times, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to have her get on that fucking game or whatever, how she was like normal. And I'm going to show you guys how it is, how easy it is for them just to talk to anybody on there. We'll unblock it or whatever, and I'll have her set it up to where you guys can see how easy it was. Because last night it blew my fucking mind. There was a whole chat box of these kids. There's a whole box of them. Chat box full of fucking kids or people. I mean, I don't know if they were kids or not. I have no idea. Well, I don't know who the fuck they were.
Right. So everybody on that server for that game that was in there, walking around at the town square or whatever it is. They were all in there doing the same thing.
Yeah.
That is so fucking scary.
Yeah, charming. I bet you know what? She said, I promise you they are not all kids. I bet you they're not. I bet you they're not all fucking kids. I can almost guarantee you there was a fucking goddamn adult in that son of a bitch in goddamn game. Oh, and it makes me mad because of how many kids are in there. That's so predator. It's just gross.
It's very predatory behavior.
Yeah, it really is. And it just bothers the hell out of me because, I mean, that you never really know. And if you're not paying attention, you're busy or you have other kids, or you're catching up on work, or you're cooking dinner and you're taking care of other kids, your child could be in there having a conversation with a 25 or 35-year-old man. You don't even know.
Hell, they could be a 60-year-old man at that.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Could be a 60-year-old woman, for that matter. You don't know. Predators come in all shapes, sizes, and...
Yeah, it was definitely scary as hell. I'm like, what the hell is this? What the fuck is it? Where did this come from? How'd you find this? Where'd this come from?
Oh my God. I bet in that moment your heart just stopped. Like, what the actual fuck?
Yeah, I had no idea what it was, how she was even in there. Yeah.
For the Riley Strain case a couple weeks ago, I went out there one morning and I was shocked. I mean,
how come?
It is so thick. I mean, I know it wasn't as thick when Sebastian went missing, but what these searchers like Chloe and her team are up against is brutal. I mean, it's hard. I mean, it is. I flew a drone over the top of it, and in fact, I put it on Twitter. You cannot see. It's a total canopy. You can very rarely get glimpses of the ground. So it's really easy. In search and rescue, listen, we miss people because we hasty search, and which means we're looking for a live person. So we're covering area quickly and with about a 40% detection rate. But what we're banking on is the person's alive, and they'll maybe notice us. In other words, we're not grid searching. And if you go to that grid search, it's way more intensive and time intensive, and so it's really easy to miss somebody. Look at like Danielle Owens in Tennessee. I don't know if you remember that one. She was in a cornfield. It took it had been drone searched, and there she was, just a couple hundred yards away from the house. And the guy in Iowa, the trucker, just a few weeks ago, they found him. And it's often you find people close in areas that have been searched. I mean, it's not a perfect, it's search and rescue. Search and SAR/R, which is search and rescue recovery, is a more time intensive. That's when you're looking for remains, but I don't think they have that manpower available right now at county level to dedicate to this. And if they do, I don't think they'll do that till fall, to the trees are thinned down.
Fall, the leaves fall. Well, in the beginning, when Sebastian went missing, they did bring out a lot of power, didn't they? A lot of search power, right?
It was a huge response, and I commend them for that. It was a huge, well-run search, but it's not all perfect. I guarantee, that is all private land there. And even though the county search teams, they don't have they can't, without a warrant, they can't go on those properties, So I guarantee there's pockets that haven't been searched, in especially that area to the north. I know that I had put out maps. I thought that was very likely area, and then I've talked to Chloe lately, and that's exactly where they were working. Not because of my maps, but they felt the same. She felt the same way. Like that. I know that, but with her team, even working day after day, like it's hard to get through that stuff, and so you can't cover a lot of ground even in a full day.
Right.
And it's
Hey, Mellow One, I'll pull you up here real quick, love. I just seen you were back here. How are you?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, hanging in there. What's up, chick?
Hey, so check this out. I always have you in the background listening when the baby's taking a nap, right? And my son and my granddaughter, my oldest granddaughter, just turned 16 today, so they come over to say hi to me and stuff. And we were talking about, she got me playing this game, Hay Days, right? And my son was talking about, all the security that he put on her phone and all this stuff, right? And I said, well, 2 years ago when she was on that Roblox stuff, how do you know? Like, I was asking literally the same exact questions you were asking. Like, how do you know it's a 14-year-old or a 12-year-old? How do you know that they can't, play like they're, a teenage, the same age, and just play it off and then get this and this? Well, this is what he told me, you guys. And when you go to do your thing with your daughter, you check and see if this is for real. He said you can put like on your your side chat, you can just like ban certain words. Well, apparently Roblox in particular, you can ban all numbers, so they can't get your child's address because they're not allowed. Like it would be censored out, right? Certain words, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I just disabled the whole thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, as a parent, I would just disable the whole damn thing for real.
Yeah, I ain't got time for that. I ain't going through that. Nope. You don't need to visit with nobody. You can visit with us in this house. You can talk to us. Sorry. I know that sounds like an asshole move, but I don't care. I'm not. You don't need to be visiting with nobody. No.
I think that's actually really wise. Like that's teaching your kids internet safety. Listen, you want to visit with people, visit with your friends that are right here, visit with your classmates. We don't talk to strangers on the internet. That's no different than a random stranger that's walking down the street that we don't know.
Right.
Or do like we did when we were younger. Get a damn pen pal. Write a letter. So it's like, somebody in another country. You know what I mean?
Dude, I don't even know if I would do that.
Game. That's all they want to do is play their game. They're not interested in pen pals or writing people or none of that shit.
I know, girl.
They want to play their game. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is about, really. They don't really give two shits even about talking to nobody, but it scares me more than it scares them because they don't know they don't know what we know. They don't understand. They don't.
Predators. I mean, that's where they go. I mean, matter of fact, to help my grandson with more socialization, my daughter wants to put him in daycare, and I'm like flipping the F off. Like, no, that's where the predators go. They get jobs around kids specifically to, be in the position to do the most horrific things. It's just a scary world.
Oh,
I'm like, I'm grandma. He can just stay here, okay? He don't need to be in no daycare. We'll socialize him here. He's an only child, so she's going through that.
Yeah,
that's why. And he has we don't know if that he won't go till Monday to get or not Monday. Sorry, the first of next month to get the ENT to look at his hearing because he has some hearing loss in one of his ears.
Ooh, has he had lots of ear infections?
No, not at all. We think he probably was born that way.
Oh.
Yes, he was like doing things where we were wondering like is he on the spectrum, but then it's a long story, but he's not on the spectrum, but he definitely has some sort of hearing loss. So his pediatrician finally, got on the referral.
Well, that's good.
That'll
tell
us where we're at. Yeah, tell us exactly where we are. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, otherwise, and he has some hearing because trust me, he hears certain things. Yeah, he's something else. But yeah, I mean, the freaking
my God, that's funny nonsense. Nonsense said that Kenzie gets picture requests for inappropriate things, and she will take pictures of Kyle's feet and send them to him, and then block them. That's funny. That's funny.
Sometimes you have to fight fire. You know what I mean? Like I think I saw something online yesterday where I think it was a lady cop, and so one of those scammers called to say that they were coming to take her to jail.
Yeah.
I love it. Internet. Anyway, I just thought I would let you know. I mean, but if that's your prerogative, if you wanted to say, you know what, Helston, no, you're not watching. You don't need it. I don't need to put any safety tabs on you because you're just not having it.
We're just going to disable all of it, and we're going to solve our problem right here, right now.
Let's pretend like it's the 1990s and it's a PlayStation. And there is no internet connection,
Oh my God, could you imagine if our Ataris would have connected to the internet back then?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
It would have been horrible.
Asteroids would have been phenomenal. Could you imagine combat or ping pong?
I can't even imagine. Like, I've never played online like a video game ever. Like my son did.
I used to play World of Warcraft.
My son did too.
I would pick only adult servers, and if there was a child that you might come in contact with, no. But I don't know. I mean, that's meant to play with group, but I always play by myself. Or I had a couple of friends that we'd game together, but
yeah, my son that was like his first internet game. He was 17, almost 18, and he played that like probably, I want to say, like 2006. Like he was heavy into it. Like he would come home from school and he'd be in that room forever, right? And in 2007, all of a sudden he's not really like coming home. He's going out and stuff. Well, he got a girlfriend. So he didn't really play the game so much because he actually had something else to do. But anyway, I'll let you guys get back to Sebastian and this case. It's wild.
Absolutely, it is.
All right. You guys have a great one. I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye, Mellow One. Have a good
Bye,
day.
guys.
Phones and devices, strange ways they may have one. Yep, and you may not even know about. Whole time you're thinking you've restricted all access, and then they have a burner phone. Yeah, listen, I do not envy those of you that have kids. And I mean, in my house, it'd be like a prison system. Once a week, tossing. They'd be leaving for school. I'd be going through their bag. They'd be coming home for school. I'd be going through their bag. Nope. I got a nephew that's 8. He's been begging for a StreamYard account for 2 years to be able to do online gaming with his little buddies. I know what kind of trouble I get in on StreamYard. Yeah, see, I don't know. Because it's one of those, like, I'd be...
All right, baby, you ready?
Yes, go for it, please. I was just filling air.
Muggy and hot, and oh my God. And plus, if you have dogs, you can't have them working too hard.
Those dogs, yeah, and also like, listen, most handlers aren't going to let their dogs go. I mean, these are like pricker bushes. These are, this is like nasty stuff. And then when it's this thick, now when in the fall, it'll be a different story. But when it's this thick, handlers don't want their dogs like getting all caught up and everything. And so, but then it also becomes, okay, we got to think, it had to be, I don't think he's in a crazy hidden area. I think it's an area that was moderately difficult to get into, but now is really difficult. So, you don't need to be necessarily searching the impossible areas, because I don't think that was his intention. But I think, he could have hit some sort of small well or something that might not be documented, or who knows? It's and I listen. I just want to say to you, I hope I'm wrong. I hope somebody has him.
Wouldn't that be great? Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean. That I would love to be wrong. Trust me. I just think it's been a very long time now, though, with a lot of publicity. And
well, I always go back to Elizabeth Smart. Salt Lake City. That's where I was from, and I participated in search. Everybody thought she was dead. Everybody thought Richard Reese killed her. Boom, she shows up with her kidnappers in the middle of
downtown. I mean, she was literally had been sleeping with those people in downtown for months, years.
She went to a party. They took her picture, but she had this veil mask thing on. Nobody recognized her. So anything is possible. And let's hope that something crazy like that happens.
And there is, you've got to do the search and rescue because it's an option, but it doesn't mean that you determine that he's deceased. Because listen, I guarantee, I know Sumner County and TBI and everybody's getting a lot of flack too. I guarantee there's a lot of hard investigation going on in those offices, and like they're checking out every lead, but you gotta have search and rescue happening at the same time. So you're covering everything. Just because search and rescue is out there and we're talking about search and rescue doesn't mean that he's deceased.
Exactly. And Beth B, absolutely. Old wells can be very dangerous, and you may not even know they're out there. That's the thing.
And people dig stuff, like people got, like I'm driving around, a lot of those people got trackers and stuff. You never know what they dig holes for to get rid of, maybe garbage, whatever it may be. You could have uncovered, stuff, and now you've had a grass canopy robe over it or something, and they just have missed him, but I think, listen, those cease and desist letters they can send as many as they want. I don't think you're going to get people like Chloe to quit. So I think there's searchers are still going to be out there. I think he's going to be found. It's the people are not quitting and because of Seth. Just not. My guess
just the opposite. I think
not keeping him informed any longer.
Yeah.
But law enforcement's being kept informed.
They know what's going on. Exactly. Yeah. A question from Kelly J. But why would he leave in the middle of the night? And I want to add, without his shoes. It probably has something to do with him and his disability, correct?
Yeah, I mean, so autistic people that are on the spectrum have much less sensation to pain, and they also get very tunnel focused on things. If something could have overstimulated him and he was seeking out, a comfort. What worries me is, and I know he's not in there because I know they drained that retention pond, is, when in search and rescue, 84% of autistic kids that there's missions for will be found in or near water.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible how they seek out water. And it worries me how that dog, that Max, went to the retention pond and went in the retention
He did. That's right. There was a hit there.
But they, apparently, from what I understand, they essentially drained that.
They did. Yeah.
So, but it worries me. I don't know, and I don't, it's something I haven't talked to Chris about, so I'm just speaking in generalities. I don't know what his, well, I've actually heard Seth say that he loves swimming.
Right. He loves water. Right.
That's
exactly.
worrisome. There's a lot of retention ponds in that area. And so he could have, perceived something incorrectly. I think that there was, from what I understand, and I don't know this for certain, but there was talk of him potentially moving to Seth's place. I've heard from somebody very close to the situation that he loved his teachers and his school. And I think that really stressed him out about potentially not having that. And also, I'm not here to bag on Seth. I think he's made some horrible decisions, but I don't understand what that plan was going to be, because Seth works 12-hour shifts. Mm-hmm. And he's told us over and over that Sebastian can't take care of himself and he's so dependent, but he was going to leave him for 12-hour shifts. And then I guess.
But he would leave him at home by himself. How would he leave him at home by himself if he's not ready to stay at home by himself?
Well, Seth has said, again, we go back to Seth says, in one of the interviews that Seth said, he said, I was teaching my son how to.
Look what kind of dumb shit this is. BHB says Seth is on his way to St. Jude. Jeez, he knows that's not him. He knows that.
Well,
so why would he be on his fucking way to St. Jude's? That's about ignorant as hell. They already said it's an ancient burial. It's not a fucking homicide. It has nothing to do with Sebastian. Why in the fuck would he be on his way to St. Jude's? Pure fucking ignorance.
Well, it's also a way to, in my opinion,
manufacture drama.
Manufacture drama, bring more donos in.
When she's in the fucking car, yeah, so that's ignorant. I'm sure she probably is.
Unfucking believable. This is gross.
Clicks and views. Got to make that money off, 15-year-old missing child's back. That shit's sad as fuck. Disgusting. Fucking trash.
Come home and you gotta believe he's gonna sleep 6 or 8 hours. So that means Sebastian's on his own for 18 hours, 19 hours a day, So I don't maybe that was stressing him out.
It could be. It absolutely could be. Yeah. Wims wants to know, do we know how highly functioning was Sebastian or is Sebastian?
I've heard different, from what I've heard, I hear what Seth says, where he says that, he seems to be pretty dependent, although he's going to leave. But from Chris, he seems like, he's not at a 15-year-old level, but he's not at an 8-year-old level. He's in school, he has friends, teachers. You see the videos of him laughing and playing and having fun. He's driving the whatever track backhoe thing or whatever it's called.
Right.
The Bobcat. So this isn't a kid that is completely dependent. So I think. And in 15, listen, he's at an odd age, 14, just for everybody, so there's a lot going on. And then you throw in the autistic factor and the lack of fear and liking cocoon-like places and water and stuff to comfort them can be a dangerous situation,
Exactly. Real quickly, Marcy MS says, I just got here tonight. Are his parents no longer suspicious? His parents have never been under suspicion by law enforcement, according to law enforcement. They've always been cooperative. And Lynn Iron brings up a good point. Wasn't there a teenager that got stuck in a wall or a chimney a few years back? And do you know, Steve Fisher, if any abandoned homes are being searched?
I don't know. I about the homes. Before I went out for the Riley String case, there was a couple.
They're talking about the Harley Dilly case where he was in the abandoned home and he was supposed to go to school that morning and he wasn't seen after he left for school at 6:30 and wasn't seen after that. He had actually crawled in the chimney of this abandoned house and got stuck in the chimney and passed away.
Positional asphyxia.
Yeah, his name was Harley Dilly.
And then
call them outbuildings. They're I guess mini barns, maybe, that I noticed just on Google Earth, and they just look very appealing to me, for an autistic kid, along with tractors that are parked in the open thing. And I've talked to Chloe about those, and Chloe's like they've searched ones that they've had. I think there's properties that they haven't yet had access to because of homeowners not being in town or whatever. But there's just a lot of those, whatever you want, sheds. They're bigger than sheds, but whatever you want to call them. A lot of them to search. I think that those are prime places to find someone like this.
I'm good. Is it me or is she muted?
Yeah, I think she's muted.
Yeah. Sorry, my dog had a squeaky toy, and it's so melted. Beth B said, I've read that Seth couldn't recognize the person that was taking out the trash, too blurry. Now, there is a video of somebody taking out the trash that Sunday night. Katie said it is Sebastian, but Seth said he couldn't recognize him. Have you heard that, Steve?
Yeah, so, I mean, I've heard, I've talked to Chris about that, and I think they're certain when I say they, I'm talking about law enforcement, that it is him. And I don't know exactly where I heard this. I don't know if it was in one of the briefings with law enforcement or if I heard it from Chris, but it's not just him, the shadowy figure going out, but then when it returns to the house, Sebastian's light goes on in his room.
Right.
So I think that's another good indicator. Listen, the dogs picked up the scent leaving the house, right? So if we're going to believe that, then we know that he had to come back to the house. I just think you got to believe that he made it back to the house.
Yeah, I agree. Like you said, he could have been many reasons why he took off without his shoes. I've heard a lot of people say he may have been running for his life. Maybe his mom was mad. I don't know. The police have not said that that's the case. Again,
the shoes is confusing.
Yeah, very confusing.
I don't know, but we also don't know. And I don't know if Chris possibly had old work boots or something in the garage that maybe they don't even know aren't accounted for. You know what I mean? Because I don't know if they're even the same size foot. The shoes is confusing, but I can also see it, in the way that the scent line apparently goes, where it goes out the front door, down the fence line, back, and then across, that's all across the grass. And then, then it'll hit that road. And that construction site will be patted down, dirt. And keep in mind, people with autism have much less, the pain reception is much less.
It's different.
Other people. So he's not going to have the same, sense of pain that we might.
Exactly. Do you know if, I've never heard of this, the Henderson Mounted Unit, I'm assuming that's law enforcement on horses. Do you know if they were called in?
I don't know if they were. I can't recall if I saw them in Riley's case or in Sebastian's. I know they were on one of them, but I don't know which one, so I hate to misspeak. But they brought out. Listen, there was definitely a mutual aid search. EMA put on a huge response, and they did a great job. I mean, and that's the thing with search and rescue is, it's once it's determined that the person or the target is couldn't be alive in that search zone anymore, they got to scale back. Or if they've searched it all, they've got to scale it back because these are, the resources got to go other places. So it's really frustrating, and people don't understand why search and rescue gets called off and stuff like that. But unfortunately, listen, being on search and rescue teams, it's heartbreaking to get that stand down call over the radio. It's like, oh man.
Yes.
But that's when it's important when people like Chloe and her team come in, and that's why I do not understand what Seth is doing to sabotage that. And Seth talks about how much to search and stuff. I've personally never seen Seth on.
The only searches I seen Seth on was the ones that JLR recorded. Anybody else know? Was he on searches that JLR didn't record?
I think
because those are the only ones I ever seen Seth on. Like I said, if I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong. If I am, let me know.
I think Clue said that he searched at one point with some coworkers, in the very beginning. But other than that, I'm not aware. I know he did a lot of scoping out of places to search. But
I was gonna say, I know he did a lot of riding around in his truck, hollering and scoping out places that they wanted to go search, but I never heard about if they ever did or what, because the 3 places that JLR watched him search was all that we have.
I don't know.
Like I said, if I'm wrong, then whoever
will
correct information, correct me. Oh, hey, Trisha. How are you, baby? I just seen she was in here.
Hey, Trisha.
Playing your live stream. I hope you don't mind. Sorry, I meant to say not monetized. No, Trisha's not monetized at all.
I've never seen video of him searching or anything. I've seen him around the area, and I know that there was a couple staged ones that I know who filmed it, but he's got to let these people that are really dedicated, they're doing it for free, which is, let them, stop what he's doing and support them. And like they should, hopefully, I know they're continuing, hopefully they'll never report to him again. They should only, in my opinion, I hope they only report to law enforcement, but Seth should just leave them alone. They're trying to find his son.
Exactly.
And let them do their thing, because they are his greatest asset. He might not realize it, but he's going to realize it. It's going to hit home when everything else is, because everything around him is, everybody's leaving,
Exactly. And I can, it's sad, but I feel like I can almost write this script, Steve.
Yeah.
And that is, at some point, Seth is going to look back and go, what was I thinking? I hear Seth, and I haven't heard Chris and Katie on for quite some time, but when they were coming on, it was all about them. It was all about Seth and how, he was going through this horrible time, and Chris and Katie. And it's like, where is oh my God, what's Sebastian? What happened to him? What is he going through? I'm so terrified. Is he being held? And I don't, again, you go along in your life and you just have a few people in your life, and then boom, the internet just envelops you. And you have people telling you that they love you, and they're sending you money, and you're getting all this attention.
You have spokespersons, and
exactly.
You're selling merchandise. There's sites out there that he's got, but in the end, it's all about, listen, we're not hearing from law enforcement because they want no part of this.
Right. Oh yeah. No, they hate this.
And, but they do want that search help, and like, I don't want to overstep, anything, but listen, they respect those searchers that have stayed out of it and continue to search.
Right.
And those people are reporting to law enforcement now. They're not reporting to Seth or anybody else. And
that's right.
It doesn't matter what Seth says, because they're working under the authority of law enforcement now. And it's, they have their shot, and they can say, we don't want you looking at my son's name. Doesn't matter. It's been a public call for a missing person, and people and people that respond appropriately and with a call out from law enforcement are still doing their thing. And those are heroes in the case, and all
I agree. I want to address Jazz Doby in chat, who's been posting some things. Sebastian going missing has nothing to do with Seth. Well, here's the problem, Jazz. Seth has created this whirlwind of drama that is causing problems for the search for his son. And that's why we're talking about Seth. That's why we were talking about Chris and Katie in the beginning, is, come on, hey, this is what I do, is we talk about everything surrounding the case. And because Seth and Tony have sent out these ridiculous letters that nobody that deals with missing children have ever seen before, he has created this discussion around him. Okay. And we talk about Sebastian all the time. We put up his picture, we put up the phone number. But again, this is created. In the beginning, it was Chris and Katie Proudfoot that were stirring up all the drama. Now it's Seth and Tony. And it's something to discuss because it is so bizarre. So you certainly don't have to listen. You're welcome to stay, but please be polite to our guest. We don't allow anybody to be rude to our guests. So thank you very much. Anyway.
What you were just saying is so right, because yes, Seth didn't have anything to do with Sebastian going missing, but he does have something to do with the effort for him to be found. And he's really turned away a lot of people. Like, again,
yeah, sending out cease and desist. That was really fucking that took the cake. When he did that, I thought, oh wow. First of all, I've never seen anybody do this shit when it comes to their missing child, because at first he was, oh, I'll take anybody. I'll take anybody's help. It doesn't matter. I'll take anybody's help.
Well, and I do have to agree with couple the It's Me, Tiffany, and Brianna. Chris and Katie were not stirring up the drama. When you look at where the source of the drama comes from,
right?
If you back it back to its source, it is Seth. So unfortunately, Chris and Katie got tagged with the Seth drama, and then people figured out where it's coming from.
Right. Yeah, it took a little bit, but man.
I want to overstep, but I'll give him a little way. You know, when he made that just dumb move of getting rid of Chloe and telling they can search. You know, I had put out on Twitter a week before that, like what I thought, you know, would be one way to approach this would be to put together a team of like 12 or, you know, or 8 to 10 additional people to what Chloe's already got now, which are professional people, and have everybody have SAR qualifications, be background checked, and go through everything you do if you're a member of the law enforcement team, and get law enforcement's approval for that team to come in. And but it would be very expensive after, because I'm talking about bringing in like people, you know, kind of like an all-star team from around the country and do canines and stuff. And you know, when I talked to Chloe about that, and that is not, I didn't give Chloe any idea. That's not something Chloe wasn't already definitely thinking of, you know. And so I have ever, you know, law enforcement, I believe, is good with that. But now, because of these cease and desist and people being dropped, I don't think the money could be raised for an effort like that, which would be, you know, all these people that really wanted to help find Sebastian. And now I don't, you know, because it would be expensive. I mean, the search is not paid or anything, but travel expenses and for the canines to come in and lodging, it's going to be, you know, for 10 days, it's going to be $40,000, you know. And I don't think there's any chance of raising the money now to do a search, a true, like, with a big team for 10 straight days. I don't think that ability is there anymore, because I think people are just over it with all the drama.
Exactly. All the drama that was brought in is just, again, causing the problems.
Yep.
And it's too bad, because they had such great support.
Yeah.
So many.
They're a great team. I mean, you know, listen, you're not, you know, you're not, I mean, both Trevor and Chloe are just amazing at what they do. And
yes.
For them, and the way he went off on Trevor, oh my God, you know.
Yeah. And I was so confused. And I don't know if you even want to talk about this, but what happened? I thought Trevor was helping him, and then all of a sudden, you know.
It sure seemed to me like it was, you know, it revolved around that recorded call. That's where it started, and that Chloe didn't have anything to do with that. I know that. I was involved. I had a copy of that call. I was asked my opinion on it, if I thought it was a credible threat against Chloe. So I know. Listen, Seth's the one who leaked it. Let's just be honest. Like, he even said that to Heather. He
gave it to a YouTuber.
Yes, and so he's the responsible one, and now he's trying to play off. You know, it just blows my mind. So anyway, he used that as an excuse when he was going off on Trevor, but it sure sounded to me like it was a lot more jealousy than anything. You know, like why are you getting this attention? Why are you at Chloe's house? Why are you, you know, like he was saying these crazy things that nothing to do with, like, he didn't have an argument like, hey, I want you on because you did this, you know, or you leaked this, you did. It was just nonsense. You know, it was like, hey boy, you know, like I don't get it. And then the next day, Chloe's gone. You know, and the other thing was that he went off on about was that they apparently like kind of gave a heads up that they were going to get rid of Chloe, and he said he thought that was a really bad idea, you know, and Tony got mad at him for sticking up for Chloe.
Yeah.
Chloe's the sharpest one that they've had ever will have on that team, and so it all, you know, it all started crumbling down.
Yeah, I think he fucked himself, because I think, you know, that Chloe, I know there's a lot of people that don't really dig her, but I think she does a good job at what she does. And I think, you know, she's been searching for Sebastian for free. She hasn't been taking up any money. She doesn't say, hey, I need money to go search. Nothing. She has been searching on her own for him, not saying a word. And now she reports back to law enforcement and doesn't have to say shit to Seth at all, which I don't think she really did before either. But it just goes to show she's still going to, them cease and desist letters didn't mean shit, didn't do shit. Just made you look like a fucking fool. So the person that told you to do that, the ones that told you to do that, you know, thought they were going to get somewhere with it, made you look stupid as hell, Seth.
Chloe also didn't need to have $2,500 worth of repairs done on her vehicle before she went to help, and is not publicly releasing the information that she's received or discovered. So there is that. And again, Steve makes a great point that if you're actually doing the right thing in a search, you want anybody involved in said search to be vetted, background checked, all of that, so that you're not unknowingly allowing the suspect or the perpetrator to take part in the search.
It was already melting down, but when Tony came in, I don't understand. I wish Tony to this day would just tell us what is his plan. Like, what is the end goal?
Right. Well, Tony doesn't have an end goal. All he's here is to do is to fuck shit up and get money from Seth, in my opinion. Because that's all he's done.
Oh, what are you trying? How are you trying to find him? Is this about having 2 a.m. chats with all women, or is this about finding Sebastian? Like,
exactly.
What is the plan? Like, put it out there. Like, there is a search and rescue plan on paper. It's like a 55-page plan. I know that for a fact. What is his plan?
Right.
I don't get it at all.
A very good point. And what is the plan? And how about letting people that want to help?
Yes. But if they're going to be on people's property, or they're going to be dealing with law enforcement and intelligence, and if they need to be background checked. And,
absolutely. Absolutely. I did have a question from Marlene Clausen. Wanted to know how you became a private investigator. You've been doing it for quite a long time. How did all that start, Steve?
So it started in like 1999, I believe. I originally thought I wanted to get into aviation, and so I was a pilot, and I flew for the Attorney General's office in Texas for a while, and we would do also flying the governor and as a co-pilot with him, and we would fly search and rescue missions too. And then I started with another team there in Austin. We're flying. This is before thermal drones and everything, so we're flying fixed wing aircraft, and we were actually specializing in finding other aircraft or helicopters that had gone down. And so then the missing, it was kind of a progression of that. I was never on the ground. I was always, I was air support. But then the case of Madeline McCann over in Portugal just like threw me in to, and so then that's when I, pursued, getting licensed. And I've also been in-house investigator for a couple of law firms that specialize in like family law. That'd be more like parental abduction, so custodial, interference type stuff.
Dolly already identified the wiener, David. Wienergate has been exposed. We don't need SF to identify it when Dolly already did.
But but it started with flying search and rescue.
Interesting. We got a couple of other questions here in chat that I would like to ask. So hang on just 1 second here. There's one here. Jazz Dobie says, please tell me what the Proudfoots or the Bowersoxes are doing. Well, we don't know. That doesn't mean they're not doing something.
So Bowersox, I don't know. I've never spoken to, but Chris, I think Chris and Katie are a lot more involved than people think. There are people that talk to them. They're a great source of information. They encourage searching. Chris has been very helpful, and like when I've run search zones by him, what his thoughts are. If he knows the owner of it, he lets know. Listen, he's been extremely helpful. Just because he doesn't feel that, especially the way they've been treated, that he has to tell everybody everything. And I think
he's right.
That's definitely his right. Like they have donated a lot of money to put up billboards of their own money, and when the same group that arranged those billboards, asked Seth for if he wanted to put any money in from the GoFundMe, he said no. So they are doing stuff. And I'll tell you, I don't even know if I should say this, but they since that talk came out about from T-Rev.
Hold on. SF investigates. Someone DM me and suggested I stop by. Just FYI, Chloe has never been associated with BHP. I saw that mentioned, but that is not true. I know Chloe well. Yeah, absolutely. I've never, ever heard of Chloe being associated with BHP. I'm not sure who said that or where that came from, but I appreciate you stopping and putting the truth out there, because, I mean, I've never heard of Chloe being associated with her, but again, I'm glad the truth is out there, because I don't think she wants to be either. But,
Agreed.
Thank you for stopping by as well.
About the purchase of the weapon, they legitimately. I have some fear.
Back up, because you just saw the very confused look on my face, which is a face I make a lot. What weapon?
So I don't know if you're like on YouTube. Isn't there? Well, you're not monetized, right? I know that.
No, you're good. You can say whatever you want. We're fine.
So T-Rev came out, and when there was there's been this drama where there's a female involved, and that T-Rev is now going out with, and he's moved to Tennessee, but apparently Seth, I don't know, thought he had a thing with. Anyway, T-Rev came out and said that Seth asked him to purchase a pistol for him, and he would buy it in cash from him.
Whoa. Okay.
And that's an illegal transfer because you cannot, the person, you know, even though you can do private party transfers in Tennessee without background check, you can't have somebody go to a gun store and sign the form, and you have to check it saying that you're purchasing it for yourself. And if you already know that you have a buyer in advance, you can. And it's like, why did he want a gun that was off the books? You know, that's kind of scary. And so they took that as a threat, you know. Or they didn't take it as a threat. I shouldn't say they took it as a threat.
Give me 1 second. This is glitching real bad.
Okay, no worries. So we'll go back to our favorite game. Seth says, the explanation that Seth gave was that he had been saving for several months, and that was going to be his birthday present to himself. That's what Seth says. Now, take it for what it's worth. It's the game we play, Seth says.
Yes, Seth says that's definitely a game we play. Seth says.
Concerned, and so I think they are, you know, just watching their backs, and so I think that's why you saw them go dark. You know, listen, it is concerning. Why did he want a pistol? Why do you want T-Rev to buy him a pistol? And T-Rev said it over and over. I believe him. I do. I mean, I don't have any proof of it, and there, you know, it was a phone conversation, so there's no, you know, like text to show it. But it would be a crazy claim to make if it was a lie, and Seth hasn't come out and said it's a lie.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining that. See, I can't keep up. I just can't.
I know. Yeah.
We have a question from KCG. Wants to know, is there any information about the reward money and the GoFundMe? I'm not even sure. I know Seth had a GoFundMe, but that was all I know.
Yeah,
I
know Seth has or had. But when I know that when Tony came on, there was talk about setting up a trust. I haven't heard of that ever get done. I know there was supposedly, and this is just from what I've read, there was like $3,000 of reward money, but it was like promissory notes through an attorney. And if you wanted to donate.
Now, see, I think that was just the whole reward fund thing. I've never really seen anything like that before. I've never seen somebody get a GoFundMe. The parents put a GoFundMe up and get money for themselves, but not put a reward fund out for their child. You know, or even
what about
I'm not sure.
About the crazy attorney that was, you know, he would take only checks or cash, but you had to make it out to him. What about that guy?
SF, basically Happy Life. She's just telling you I keep an open panel. If you feel like you want to come up or anybody wants to click the link, there's an open panel link. It should be pinned at the top. That's all she's saying from my understanding. You're fine though. I appreciate you stopping by.
To the reward fund, you had to mail a check. You would only take a check and have you made out to this attorney in Nashville. And I don't know if there's a reward offer, and I don't believe in rewards personally myself, so I haven't followed it that much. But that's what I've heard. You know, so.
How come you don't believe in rewards?
You know, because we already have such a problem when we have these cases. They become high profile as investigators. The families get so many scam calls. Like,
absolutely.
I have your kid. You know, if you don't send me $1,000 in the next, you know, if you don't Western Union it, and it's always overseas. And listen, we know there's scams, but we still have to investigate it. It takes away from it, and it scares the hell out of families.
Yeah.
So bigger. And listen, you look at Adam Montgomery. They were in a motel room with some homeless people.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely welcome. If you'd like to come up, yeah, you're absolutely welcome to. I'd love to have you up. But it's completely up to you. I don't want to put you on the spot either. I don't want you to make you feel like you have to, or, you know, nothing like that. But if you'd like to, we'd love to have you for sure.
I'd love it if he came up and talked with us.
I know, and the chat's loving it too. They're like, yeah, go up there. We love to hear from you.
We happen to like you over here.
Yes, and you know what? Most everything you put out is on point. So, but yeah, the link is pinned at the top. I'll play this until I see you.
Well, that knew that he was taking Harmony in a U-Haul somewhere.
Oh my God, that's right.
for $200,000, they didn't even come forward.
They didn't come forward. That's right.
They just don't work. And then when you go to collect them, it's like I had one. I collected one. There was a case that I found a person and they just happened to have a reward. So I'll reward. It was through one of the top 5 largest law enforcement agencies in the country, and it was $10,000. And so they came back to the lawyer and they said the donor said they're not going to give the money anymore. And I was like, well, you never said it was a donor. You put it on your thing. So we actually had to negotiate it down to like half the amount.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time. Just like I said, we'll be here. Take your time.
Like,
that's terrible.
You don't even know if they're there. And then it's like multiple people will claim it. I think if there's going to be a reward, it should only go through Crime Stoppers.
Right. That's the best way to handle it.
Crime Stoppers is great for you keep everything anonymous and the money's there, but then the families don't have to deal with these threats. But what it does is it becomes distracting because for the first 4 or 5 days, there's going to be these crazy claims that, they're going to be killed if you don't.
Exactly.
And families end up sending money.
Yeah, because they're panicked. They're scared to death. Sharon Marlowe said, Seth said he has spent some of the money for flyers. And I have heard that, and that's great. I think that's wonderful.
Yes.
So
I agree. I always think with these GoFundMes, I have never once promoted a GoFundMe ever because I've just seen, I forget the name of the one in San Diego. I got so much hell over that, but it ended up, it was a scam. But there's just so much that can go wrong. And if it doesn't get used for the right purposes, do people get too comfortable with the GoFundMe, as a income source? And it never seems to go. I do remember clearly, Seth, at least in one interview, talking about how this money was going to be used for search and stuff. And as far as I know, I don't think search ever got anything. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can use it for in search. I mean, there's equipment. There's, just safety equipment. They had all those retention ponds, and they had people, going through them with boots. So people need safety gear. And I'm not knocking Seth for it. Listen, he can do what he wants with it, but also then he was directing everybody to his Cash App. It's like, how much money really came in?
Right.
And I heard him say the other day that he's spent $25,000 in gas in his truck since it started. That would be something like I don't know, a couple 100,000 miles on this, right? I don't see how he spent $25,000 in.
That's the bulk of his GoFundMe money. Wow. $25,000 in fuel.
I have a hard time believing that. I just really do. Hey, Beats him.
What's up? He might have just drove from his state to Russia.
Yeah, I was gonna say I doubt that. They're $25,000 since this started, and that's 3 months. There's no way. There's no way.
Okay, so we all know that I drive 1,000
I just
miles.
Can't believe that. I'm sorry.
That's just... And my fuel bill isn't even. I'm sure we drive different vehicles, but I drive a great big SUV.
Wait, Chris is in chat. Is this the real Chris though?
So let's
Chris
see.
Proudfoot said SF.
Let's see. So to drive 2,500 miles, it would cost you about $3,125.
Yeah.
So let's times that by. Let me just pull out a calculator. Give me one moment. So that'd
be like seven times.
Let's just round it off to 3,000 for every 25,000. So 25 divided by 3. Let's say 8. 8. A little bit 8.3 times 3,000.
Yeah, that would be 250 fill-ups if it was $100 each time.
Yeah, so 8.3 would be 8.3 times 20. Actually, wait, that would be 25,000 miles. My bad. 25,000 at 2,500 would equal to 207,500 miles. Is it that? Maybe see. Maybe I just got to do it. Driving 25,000 miles with a vehicle that gets 30 mpg means that you will have 833 gallons of gas.
Yeah, that's right. You're looking at over 200,000 miles.
Yeah. So how far can 200,000 miles get you? 200,000. So what state is he? He's in Tennessee. Tennessee, 200,000 miles away. Let's see. Distance. Let me see. All right. How long is the United States? All right.
I think like 3,000 miles coast to coast. Like 3,000 miles.
There
Like
ain't
he
no
could have
way.
driven to Mars and back.
He jumped to the moon. Matter of fact, how far is the moon from the moon? The moon.
Well, he said he had some of his money left. He said, I have some of my money left. So
Okay.
I'm like,
the moon is 238,855 miles. He drove to the moon.
He drove to
Yes,
the moon. Now he's got to come home.
And SF said he's like, I don't know how much he got with Cash Apps and PayPals and all that, but I mean, he had to have gotten more than just that 25,000. If he used that for BTM kids.
He drove to the moon.
Tim's got the giggles.
Like it's such
Jeez,
a
man.
And don't come back.
That's such a ridiculous lie. Yeah, I spent $25,000 on gas, guys.
In 3 months.
I went to the moon. It's like, it's just so stupid that he actually said that, man. It's like, that is such an easy lie to just calculate. Be like, no. No, you did not spend $25,000 on gas, sir.
Hey, Brianna, how are you?
Hey, baby. So I've been, I turned my mic down. Sorry about that. I've been trying to send the same super chat for the last 10 minutes and it won't let me. I have no idea what word it's objecting to. But on the discussion of the reward and why SF doesn't like them, I don't know. I mean, he explained his. I don't like them because when you have rewards and YouTubers both involved, you get Jim Terry finding Kylie Radney's laptop while demonetized.
Damn it. Why did you have to say that name?
Yeah, we don't even use his name over here, baby.
I know, but sometimes it's about the fame. It's not always about the money.
Yeah.
And you get people like him. But I'm going to step down. That's all I was wanting to say.
All right, Brianna. Good talking to you, as always.
That's okay. Thank you, Brianna. SF, you're up here with us.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you.
You too. I know we get accused of being in business together in lawsuits.
Right. Yeah, well, I was gonna say we've been accused of that a couple of times, but I've never met you, so it's good to meet you.
Yeah, it's the first time we've ever met. Yeah. So somebody had DM'd me on Twitter and said I should stop by, so just thought I would.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So, what do you think of Seth Rogers' trip to the moon?
Well, it's really frustrating because, you know, Sebastian really needs this ongoing search effort. And, you know, there was one going on and it was actually being built. It was being expanded. And, you know, Chloe simply wanted background checks for people that were going to come in. There's people that have to be trusted, you know, and that's where the problem, you know, came in. And then it just became apparent that it's about something else for Seth. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I don't know if it's this like YouTube fame has gone to his head or something, or if Tony's got that much influence, but something's going on.
Yeah, something's going on.
Yeah.
I've never heard of a cease and desist in a missing kids case ever.
I don't even know how that got on the table. I mean, how did that not get shot down right away? And for an attorney to even sign the letter is just crazy.
I mean, we have to be cautious on how we answer those.
He's getting recommendations from Tony Mathis, and we saw how great he did during his TikTok live. You know, when he was responding to the cease and desist, it was probably the worst. Yeah. Sir, you probably the only person that missed it, but apparently it's alleged that he had a cam slip
Yes, I had screenshots sent of that part to me, but I didn't know what the talk was about. I guess.
Yeah, it was basically a response to the cease and desist, and he was responding about how he did send that they were sent out, and then he says, "I could be professional," and then that's when his penis accidentally was shown through the green screen.
He said that he was getting tired of these people picking at Seth. And he said, I can be professional. And the Johnson pops out. And he then goes on to talk about how he can be above board while we hear the flush in the background.
Yeah.
Wow. That's shocking. I mean,
like, I got to take all this in, man.
I don't understand why. I mean, I understand that most of these are going on at like 2 a.m. Don't they call them like 2 a.m. chats or something?
Yes. They go on TikTok real late. And then they got another guy, Delta, who acts like he's like some rough gangster, retired, what do you say, criminal defense attorney?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Wow. It hopefully, it'll somehow get back to, Sebastian. I know that these search efforts are still going to go on and there's still efforts. They're just not they're only going to be accountable to law enforcement. They're it's Seth won't get in. No sides are going to, basically have information, but they're going to continue hopefully, and hopefully scale up. I know there's been some talk of it and, because people like Chloe and Trevor who were they literally are only there for the right reason, and it's to find Sebastian. And it's sad that they get taken out and with all this drama.
Well, and it almost makes you wonder if this isn't for like some sort of narrative reason. Like anybody that's been worth their weight that came in the beginning has been run off, making them have to go and work through law enforcement rather than just being out here doing, because you got one parent that we've come to find through all of this has been the source of lots of leaked personal information that should never have been out there.
Right.
From phone calls to things that happened 10, 12, 14, 15, 20 years ago.
That's the part that I just really got to me was when he talked about Sebastian's history. That was nobody's business except for Sebastian and his parents and his doctors, and he didn't seem to learn afterwards. And then, what he attempted to do with the DCS records, it was just
crazy. That right there. I mean, he's so lucky that he didn't go any farther and people got that woed up, and that he didn't decide to go because that right there, that opens a whole nother can of worms.
He was going to he 100% went to, and I got through to DCS and their legal counsel, and and when they found out, when I showed them that it was true that Tony was talking about how they were going to do this drop on that other channel, they were like, oh my God, we got to get a hold of his lawyer right now. I mean,
that was pure exploitation of that.
They were freaking out. Yeah.
And thank you for doing that.
That makes me wonder if that's the kind of PR tactics that this is what Mr. Mathis is using. And if that's the case, then other families should take note of what's happened in the mess that's been caused in Caleb Harris's case, the mess that's been caused surrounding Sebastian's case, from his junk being revealed to recommending a father send cease and desist. And he wasted those had to have cost money. Lawyers, last I checked, attorneys, lawyers don't offer their services for free. Right.
And I believe that's where this lawyer that sent the cease and desist came in the picture. I do believe she's the one who worked to get the records, and I believe that all got in motion. I think that was like Tony's number one, piece of business when he came on board. And where Tony came from, like why a spokesman was needed. Like, listen, in the rarely have seen them used, but in the Riley Strain case, I thought it was really well done with Chris, digging in, doing a great job for the family. But to bring someone in mid game like this just seemed like they were trying to turn it into something like some sort of business venture or something. I mean, Tony's not doing this just because he always.
Oh, so there is a business venture.
Well,
Steve. Absolutely, there is a business venture.
Wait. Can I state what that might? Well, apparently, it's been revealed that Mr. Tony Mathis was attempting to get on the groundworks of the Idaho 4 thing by having a drone fly over the house, and there's other shenanigans he's been done. Voices, you can go. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Oh, no. I'm glad you brought that because I had forgotten about that part of it. Hey, Whistledown, I hope you're doing well, love.
Well, we found multiple GoFundMes that he started in different families' names.
Yeah.
Yep, there's that. But Tony's whole plan was to start a nonprofit. And then he could draw a salary from the nonprofit while he PRs for all of these families. Yes.
Yeah. Basically, the thought process would be that he would be working for the nonprofit. And my thought process was that he would get donations directed to the nonprofit. He would work under it. And then he would also be the gatekeeper of the parents or whatever to the YouTubers or any sort of social media platform. And then eventually have donations through that nonprofit. And then he would pull a salary from it. And that's probably what he was planning on doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's really it's really sad to see, but there is, there is still stuff happening in the background, which is good. I mean, it's not the size and scale it needs to be, but I know that law enforcement's also, still investigating everything, and it's not like everything is stopped, but they've sure done a good job of derailing a lot of good people from, coming in, and they quite frankly brought some bad people in, and they were going to bring in another group, Tony was going to bring in his search group from San Antonio or something, and none of their backgrounds checked out,
Well, did you Nina? I mean, the Nina, she's the Nina girl they were going to bring in. She supposedly can't be around kids for like 10 years or something because of what she did.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I saw the state of Texas revoked her PI license in January too.
Well, she did accidentally during an argument with her. I think the exact detail was an argument, and she shot with her daughter's boyfriend or something like that. And apparently she discharged her firearm and it went through a wall and almost shot a child through the other wall.
Yes. Oh, well, she missed though. So, I mean,
right.
It's crazy. I mean, like, search and rescue is, you're the people that are going out searching for people's loved ones. They got to be correctly trained.
Steve, she also had to have $2,500 in vehicle repairs done, and they got that for her during this. But then they found out that then she can't leave the state because her PO wasn't going to allow that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she decided to go help somebody else, she said.
Oh, jeez. That's it's really frustrating, because, I mean, keep in mind, I mean, it's gone through so much drama that people forget that this started with, like, Cajun Navy and then Uvalde Group. And, there's been so many different, organizations and stuff that have just been like, what is going on? And listen, law enforcement, that's why the public's not getting briefings. They're just like, we want no part of this, I can tell you, like, I know, like, a lot of people might not like Chris's tactics or whatever, but they get information from law enforcement because they're doing what law enforcement's asked of them, which is lay low, don't create any drama, let us do our jobs. If you do give out information, make sure it's accurate, and Chris and Katie have got other information. I know that for a fact because I've had confidential conversations with him. But Seth, I guarantee, does not get this information. He could if he would just do what they say, but he doesn't, and he can't. And here he is a deputy, and they can't even trust him.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Chris told us when he came up here. He said,
"Oh, he's been up here. Okay, I didn't know."
Yeah,
that.
He said that everything that he says online and in interviews and everything, he's passed that through law enforcement first. Mm-hmm. And they've told him exactly what he can and cannot say.
I 100% believe that because when I talk to him, he's very matter of fact, but he knows, like, you know, I can tell he's not like shooting from the hip. He knows what he can say and can't say, and things because I was talking to him at one point, because, you know, I was out in Tennessee about potential search areas and stuff, and he, you know, I won't disclose any of it, but he was giving me information about areas and people who own land and how, like, if it was going to be searched, best way to maybe approach. He was very helpful and wanted these things done. This is, you know, not like a person who's hiding anything. I think him just being a private person and their a private family and not comfortable with a million cameras and people around is getting misconstrued for something else by some. Not I know not everybody, but, you know, there are people like BHB that do, and it's got to be really frustrating to be Chris and Katie and hear that constantly, oh, you murdered your son, and I know from private conversations they're hurting. You know, they want him found.
Oh, they absolutely do. Oh, they absolutely do. Hey, Clue, what's up, baby?
Hey, Clue.
Oh, did you put me up here?
Yeah,
you're up. That's my bad. I was
okay. Did you not want to be?
Yeah,
to be in the back.
I'm good. No, I'm good.
Okay.
You know, there's a 14-year-old missing from like 4 to 5 miles from her house right now.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's there was another one out, I think, that was found too, right? There was a endangered missing in Tennessee. I think it was found this morning, but I know that there is a girl out of Hendersonville, right?
The 14-year-old?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what the circumstances are behind it? I haven't looked at it at all.
So it's, from what I gather, people are saying that online now, they're just saying that she had an argument with her family at the shopping center, and it's literally like 4 to 5 miles away from their residence, and supposedly she ran away from her family at the shopping center, but I don't, you know, that's not verified, right? But there are people on there that say they saw them arguing and saw her run away. So,
well, the good news about that is those are the type that have a high likelihood of, you know, success. I mean, Chloe and I, you know, have been PR partners in the past, and we worked a lot of those in Tennessee, those runaways or runaway from foster system or whatever. And you know, they're good at hiding out, and they have friends that'll help them hide out, but usually they do have a successful, you know, resolution. So I'd rather hear that than somebody, you know, getting lost out in the, you know, the trees and something like that, you know, or by the water, you know, autistic.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know, that situation's scary to me because they saw her last, what was it, night before, maybe last night at 9 o'clock. And it's like, I'm assuming that they probably maybe give her time to come home. But
9 o'clock in the morning or night?
No, they saw her at night at 9 o'clock.
Oh.
And that's the thing. I don't know if they didn't report it till today or what, but maybe they were just like, maybe she'll come home. You know what I mean? But it's scarier to me when it's in such a like high traffic area, because that shopping center is massive and there's so many people there all the time.
Really?
That anybody could have just, oh yeah, it's huge. Anybody could have just picked her up. There's like, if you want to go shopping in Hendersonville, that's where you go, right?
And she was only like 110 pounds too, so she'd be easy to grab.
Yeah, she's tiny, like 5 feet.
Well, hopefully she's, you know, just a runaway and a friend's kind of helping her out, and they're probably watching the whole thing online, you know, but you just never know. I mean, it is scary. It's crazy how many cases come out of Tennessee, you know.
A little bit, yeah.
One thing I just want to clear up, and I'm not saying this person was saying it purposely incorrectly, but just to clear up, when they were saying Chloe on the Layla Santinello case was working with the BHP, that's not true. BHP was working with Jennifer Santinello, Layla's mom. Chloe and myself were hired by Layla's father, who was the person who reported her missing. We were on opposite side. wanted nothing to do with BHB.
Yeah.
Shocker.
Yeah.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I can understand why it might have, could get confusing because she is working with Layla's mom, but we are on totally different teams.
I just thought it was interesting that Chloe was sent away as soon as the person we don't talk about on here was asked to join, the person you're talking about.
Yeah, isn't that, yeah. And listen, in the end, Chloe is still working for Sebastian. She's still, I think, very, involved, and she doesn't give up just because somebody like Tony tells her she's not part of that anymore. She has this, she's not going to give up. And so they will continue doing their thing, but it was the dumbest thing they could do, getting rid of her, because they're not going to find anybody that's smarter, works harder, better investigator.
What's outrageous is the complete waste of resources and an awareness. You had a great opportunity to raise money, like you said on your post. You had a post there where you actually outlined how you could have raised money for an actual team to go out there to actually do a professional search, and it was completely, all that money and momentum was thrown away. And also the fact is that based upon how the drama is, a lot of the big channels don't really want to, are not really, the channels that you'd want to cover it are not really wanting to cover it because they don't want to get near this. And it just seems like a tremendous loss of momentum and money that could have been used properly.
Right.
And that's a sad situation. It's a very sad situation. At one point he had, I think in Pascal, when they were about to exploit that child, in my opinion, with those records, they had almost, what was it, like almost 10,000, was it? Almost 10,000 live viewers on that video. But, like there was a lot of momentum and it's gone now. And, the winds are removed from the sail and for a lot of people.
Yeah. And I see Trevor's in here now and then. I don't know if it got played earlier, but, I was talking about how, crucial Trevor, is to the case also. Trevor and Chloe are the two people that they could not sacrifice, and they sacrificed them, and it's crazy. But to your point, I still think that you could see that effort made, but it'd be a team accountable to law enforcement. That if it happened would be run by Chloe, be headed by Chloe, and I hope that happens.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the dog handlers? You got the fake one stuff. You got the Jules. Thoughts on those?
When the other when Heather, the other PI, was involved, I think is around the time that Jules came in, and I know I got asked about it, and I didn't know who she was, but then I had somebody show me some stuff that,
her cosplay work and her production company and all of that.
Oh, I know. What I was shown was that she was representing that, she was a Department of Defense, handler, and
yes, sir, that too.
But that she bought that dog from, it was actually a prison dog in San Antonio, and DOD only has one. There's only one facility, only one base in the whole country that trains military dogs and handlers, and the dogs are property of the military. They don't go with the handler. So there were some things being said, and there was talk. I saw actual text messages where they were claiming they were going to get military search warrants for Chris's house, and so military can't.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and it became a big, huge red flag when I saw those, because the military doesn't have that power unless Congress gives specific power for an individual thing. They're certainly not doing it for this case, So that worried me. But the thing is, there have been. I know that there's other K9 teams, big, legitimate ones that are willing, if they have a law enforcement, if they have a law enforcement call out, to come. And I don't want to give away too much, but I know Chloe's had conversations with law enforcement. So, I think things could potentially happen. And I think, people like her and Trevor and legitimate search and rescue teams, including the people that Chloe already has on her team, I think he'll be found. And I hope that we don't need that. I hope that somebody has him, and he can be rescued by law enforcement. I hope that's the case, but we got to be realistic and have both investigations going at the same time.
Thank you, Steve. That's really, I really appreciate your honesty and your candidness for that, because I've had a problem with that person since she came out and has been, in my opinion, she's a LARPer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and that is very dangerous to those that actually really do what they do in this world, in my opinion.
Yeah, and there's some things that she said. I listened to her one time. She was on a show with another woman who actually I think got found out on the show wasn't real, because she was showing pictures of her husband, but he was on
you talking about the lady with the whiskey dog?
That's the liquor cabinet.
Well, they were both, but her and Jules were both on the show at the same time.
Yes, okay, so yes. Yep.
She started showing pictures, and that's a team that I'm affiliated with, and I'm like, what the heck is going on?
Oh, so you actually knew the team that she was showing pictures.
She was showing pictures from a guy
affiliated with
Orange County. Okay. Yeah. So I'm on a LAPD team, but we all know, all the teams and team members, in here in the LA area, and it just made no sense, because I know that first of all, the law enforcement teams, you're not allowed to self-deploy with in situations like that. So I knew that they wouldn't have flown their dogs in, like they were saying, they took a private plane and stuff. And then some of the stuff Jules was saying, I could tell just wasn't right. I'm not a canine handler, but I am, certified as a flanker with our canine team. And so, a little bit, I could just tell that her dog is like a protection dog. It's not a search and rescue dog.
And listen, every video that she shows, so I can flank too.
Yeah.
For our company. And every video that she has, there's an overlay on it. And even when it is, she is being instructed. Stop it. She's not real. Please take note. Stop trying to pass her off as legitimate.
Yeah, I mean, if you so as you know, as a flanker, I mean, search and rescue dogs have to be certified, and they're not going to certify a protection dog, because what if you have a protection dog out there in the field and you're searching for a autistic child, and the dog gets a bad command or misunderstands command and goes into protection mode, and all of a sudden now you have a dog that takes down a victim. I mean, they're not going to cross train them like that.
Oh, Steve, on top of that, she pulled out some paperwork and tried to get us to believe that these checks and these ones, I mean, we went all through it over here, looking at it, and there were no ma'am, Pam, go back to your LARPing, but stop it in this boy's case. Stop it.
I had heard Chris say on Clue's channel that law enforcement told him that her stuff checked out, that she was legitimate.
I saw somebody sent me the email, and that she claimed was them essentially giving her, what's called a call out, and it wasn't that. It was somebody had sent over her credentials to TBI and said, do you mind if she was in there? And they're like, it's fine with us. That's all it said, was it's fine with us. It wasn't like we would prove her or anything like that. They weren't saying, yes, we're giving you a call out, because when a call out, you're working under their authority.
You're dispatched.
Yeah, you're working under and you're under their authority. And so, they're ultimately, if something goes south, they're ultimately responsible for your action, right? They were just like, hey, don't trespass. It's fine with us,
Sure.
So.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. And I can't remember how I saw that email, but I think she sent it to me, actually, because before she blocked me, she sent me some stuff, but but it's not a call out.
I think she's trying too hard too. I mean, if anybody says anything negative about her, she's on there. I want to come up and talk to you about this and blah, blah, blah. She's just trying too hard,
Right.
Well, listen, Steve, if she's really as military as she is, are you going to want to go into battle with her when she cries over the naysayers on the interwebs.
Yeah. Well,
No, I'm not going into battle with you, bitch. No, sit down.
And the thing is, legitimate search and rescue operators are not going to like try and beg their way into the case publicly anyways. You wouldn't even know that they're, in other words, they would have a conversation with law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Sides would decide if it was a right fit, and then they would just maybe announce that they were there and deployed, but they're not going to be like, this is why I should be here and defending their dogs and whatnot. It just, if law enforcement was like, no, we don't know you, or, also keep in mind, like EMA, their local search and rescue, that's their territory, and legitimate search and rescue operators aren't going to step on their toes unless they say, yeah, we don't have the resources right now to commit to this because it's a recovery effort. So thank you for asking. And yes, you can come in, but if you have to fight for it online, then you're not going through the proper channels anyway.
Correct. 9 times out of 10, the handlers, they don't want this. 9 out of 10 handlers do not want to be out here, because then what happens is that opens them, every ounce of them, to their questioning all of that. They are not going, they're private. They don't want that shit because they keep their stuff squared away and locked down. They're not out here crying because some group found their production company and is making fun of their A Nightmare on Elm Street cosplay.
Right. Yeah. It's, and if, in search and rescue, we're taught, especially on the law enforcement teams. On private, I can see why it's a little different because you can be proud of stuff. But on law enforcement teams, you're working within the incident command system structure, and you simply cannot talk about only the public information officer can talk about the case. You can't take pictures. You can't post on social media about it. Like the stuff I do on my law enforcement teams, like I don't post anything about those searches.
No,
but the private stuff, it's all different. But, so almost exclusively canine handlers are affiliated with teams that are law enforcement affiliates, and they don't self-deploy. So you never hear from them. So when you do, it's kind of a red flag,
That's all. I don't know. Like, just for me personally, there's been so many people who are either not what they present to be or have some sort of like nefarious intent that are involved in this case. We got that Carrie Foster lady. We've got fake dog handlers, maybe real dog handlers. You've got a fake PR person. I mean, it's a little insane.
Yeah, it is. And can you blame Chloe for wanting, background checks? And then for it to fall apart there is nuts. And then for it to fall apart on Trevor because he sticks up for Chloe. I mean, it just shows that they didn't want the legitimate people in there for some reason, and it worried them.
Well, the legitimate people would have probably said, hey, maybe we shouldn't be live streaming this, or maybe we should be releasing this information because we're trying to keep we don't know what the situation is. Sebastian will be held somewhere. We don't know. We don't want to alert the person if he's watching YouTube, might be paying attention. We don't know what the situation is. But they're like, nope, we just want, it seems like some people are desiring content over actually doing their job.
Yeah. And when when Seth went on his like rant, it was like, boy, calling Seth boy, Trevor boy. I mean, Trevor is what, 21 or 22 years old and has gotten legislation passed, in the missing persons community. I mean, which is pretty incredible. And those are the type of people you need to get this outreach. And quite frankly, the case, when it's very, very rare for a case to blow up like this.
Yeah.
When it's a male. And that's because people like Trevor who got involved early and got the word out. I mean, this is super, super, like this and Riley are really kind of crazy situations where men never get this type of exposure, and now look what happens. Now it's exposure for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and it seemed like Seth probably just picked the wrong individuals. Honestly, he probably should have just avoided this Tony Mathis guy. He should have avoided all these people that just want to surround him because they wanted clout and stuff like that. And the first thing they made sure to do was tell him to toss away all these other people, because they would have probably told him, hey, don't go on live streams and talk about this. And, that's could hurt your case situation. But, it is what it is.
Yeah. It's I don't know how it gets back on track, but hopefully it does.
Well, I mean, I think the first step for it to get back on track is Seth needs to stop doing interviews. And I think Tony Mathis needs to stop doing TikTok lives. I think the TikTok lives are really destructive. It's full of drama, and also it self-deletes. So it's like you want to create, a video about Sebastian Rogers, and then let's say he did, instead of just talking about, doxing people on his live and stuff like that, it deletes on itself. So how is that spreading awareness if the video deletes?
Well, if Tony was going to stay around, which I don't think he should, but if he is going to stay around, and I said this the other night on Web Sleuths, I think what needs to happen is, tell us, what is the plan? Is there a structure? How is this going to go forward? Is there search plans? Who's going to be involved in that? I know that there is, for search and rescue, there's a 55-page on paper plan, right? But Tony, let's see your plan. What is it? If you're kind of running this show, tell us, just like law enforcement, and we get up and be like, this is what we've done and this is what we plan on doing. Tell us. There's no structure to this whatsoever. All he does is launch attacks.
Also, he doxes people, and also he basically spreads false information. He basically said he spread the information that Sebastian was taken by a car at one point.
Mm-hmm.
With the robot voice Amber Alert on Twitter. He used that as
Sergeant Hicks
Sergeant Hicks.
Yeah,
he used that as his information about him being seen being taken by a car. So I mean, and then he also basically just wants to get into a fight with JLR. Personally, if I was Tony Mathis, I would tell him. If I was talking to Tony, I'd be like, Tony, that is the worst decision you ever make. Ignore that guy.
Stupid. Yeah. When I saw him one time, he came out and he loved JLR, I thought.
No. What's because a certain individual we can't talk about doesn't like JLR anymore.
Gotcha. And just I see, because I've seen a couple of people I think in chat mention. So when I'm talking about I'm talking about Trevor Lee, not Trev, not T-Rev.
Trevor Lee, I was gonna say he's in the chat. You're welcome to come up too if you want, Trevor.
Yeah.
I know that if he wanted to have some.
No, yeah, I'm talking about the activist who has been in missing person forever. Forever. I mean, he's only 21 or 22, but he's gotten legislation passed. So this is not. I'm not talking about T-Rev. I'm talking about Trevor Lee.
What do you think of what do you think of the allegation that T-Rev has lodged against Seth about him asking to have a gun purchased for him?
I think that there's, I don't know. He said it multiple times, multiple days, because I had people screen record it and send it to me. And I think it would be a really bold thing to say if there wasn't some truth to it. I have not heard Seth come out and say it's a lie. I think I heard him. Say,
no. Seth said, we got Seth said game over here. Seth said that was it was his dream gun. He'd been saving the money up for it, and T-Rev showed it to him, and he said, well, then why don't you buy two and bring it down here when you come? And
if you got that much money or something.
Yeah.
And he'd pay cash.
The money up for his birthday present.
Right. So the thing is that when you go in, even though in Tennessee, you can private party transfer and you don't have to have background checks. But when you go in to buy a gun, when you fill out the ATF form, first thing it asks you is, are you buying this for yourself? Are you certified that you're buying it for yourself? If you know in advance that you have a purchaser of the gun, then it's an illegal purchase. And Seth knows that. Why don't Seth could have said, well, when you get here, we'll go buy me this gun. Like I'll buy it and you pay for it if he felt he was owed money or something like that. And even if, I mean, he should just know that as law enforcement. There's not much, excuse, for that. And I'll tell you, I don't think it's saying too much. I hope it's not. But I mean, I've had a conversation with Chris about it. This genuinely scared him and Katie when they heard this talk about purchasing a gun off the books and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, and this is my opinion, I'm saying, I thought it was very, very a dangerous situation that you have a very emotional individual being fueled by the internet to believe that his son somehow's disappearance was a result of Katie, and then suddenly trying to buy a straw purchase of a gun, not in his name, through a YouTuber, and a man who says that he needed resources to get his son back, and he thought he knew where his son was. And I thought that was a very dangerous situation, and people should take that extremely seriously. But that's just my opinion.
And I do not, and this is just my opinion too, I do not think that Seth is over Katie. I just, even he talks about her, he gets this enraged, like, oh, we had the perfect family. She, ended the perfect family and stuff like that. I don't think he's over her. And there's some real jealousy issues, I think, there.
Well, he talks more about,
I think so too.
Agree. I mean, he talks more about himself and the divorce than I think Sebastian sometimes. I listened to a couple of his interviews, and it's only about himself and the divorce. And it's like, okay, sir, I get it. You're not over it. I mean, we can try to get you a therapist, Bill, maybe a therapist to talk to, but this is not the time nor the place.
Right.
The time and the place is to talk about your son, try to spread awareness for your son, maybe try to have people put the information you're allowed to put out there. It's not to talk about your divorce 8 years ago.
Right. Exactly.
I think that. And that's why I think the date of when he went missing, like Fiance pointed out, is super. And I mean, if that is a coincidence, then I have to believe in them from now on. Because I mean,
that was like the 8-year anniversary, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Which almost makes me wonder how old Sebastian was when they split.
When what?
When they split up. Like, was he 8? You know what I mean?
Good question.
I'd have to do the math, but...
Well, there's a lot of math that doesn't work if you get deep into it, which I'm not going to, because I know the
not a subject, right?
I know the real story, but the math's way off. So, but again, there's really, like, at this point, that's something I do think needs to be addressed when Sebastian's found. But right now, it's like, how do we get it back on Sebastian and the search efforts for, Sebastian?
Well, I think honestly, Seth, in my opinion, and I hate to say this, until he gets rid of Tony Mathis, is kind of a lost cause, in my opinion, to work with. No professional wants to work with Tony Mathis and Seth at this point.
Right.
So I think the only people that really want, who probably should be working with is probably Chris and Katie, and because they're doing all the right things, and
or with law enforcement.
Yeah.
I think that's the only reasonable solution right now, is to have professionals working with law enforcement's authority and staying out of the drama, and having a public information officer, like we do on law enforcement teams, and have one point person, and then just have the rest of the people just head down and search and do a serious, like, 10-day. That was my kind of what I pitched, was the 10-day really intensive search, kind of with an all-star team. And at the time, I thought the money could be raised, but now I think people are just like this. But since the cease and desist letters came out, I think people are just like,
Well, I mean, the guy, since talks about how the money's all gone, and then he also got a lot of Cash App. I mean, I'm sure he got close to like a lot more money with Cash App, and I think basically there's a certain amount. This is a giving community, but a lot of people in this community are not rich people. They're not like multi-millionaires that could just hand out money willy-nilly. Some of these people are on Social Security, and they take their parts of their checks, and they give it to you, and you have to, you're not, the well dries eventually. And That's what happens. The well dried.
Yeah, and what I had, I've never once in my career ever pitched a GoFundMe or set up a GoFundMe or anything for any even case I'm involved in. I won't say that there's a GoFundMe or anything, but for this one, I was like, I think there's only 2 times I've ever would consider it to be this one, and then I've also been trying to work with law enforcement in New Hampshire about putting a team together to find Harmony Montgomery's remains. And, those are the only times that I would ever, if they came together, would be comfortable pitching them, but only if it was an attorney that had the GoFundMe account, was the beneficiary, and it was open book. In other words, kept an open ledger updated every night, and everybody could see the exact expenses and everything that was paid in and out of it, so there's just no question of what is going on or who's getting the money and what's being used
Full
for.
transparency.
Yeah.
Hey guys, thanks for letting me join in the conversation. I have to get off to an appointment.
All
Thank
right.
you so much. And Steve, it was great to talk to you. Great to meet you. Thank you. Bye, Clue.
Voices.
Bye-bye.
Bye, B-Tim.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye, Voices.
But I mean, what do you think of Clue's efforts with the blimp advertisement, like the blimp for Sebastian?
Blimp boards.
The blimp boards. Do you think that's a good thing?
I think I do think they're good. I mean, I know that there's a couple people in the community that are great at setting them up, and we've had them in a few of my cases. I know that at times there've been some for Layla Sentinello, some for Holland Snap. I think they're great. We do get calls from people on them, and I think it's great that they give them at such a discounted rate and everything, and that type of exposure, I think, is fantastic.
Oh, we're just running them. Hopefully.
Oh, are you? Are
someone-
you the one?
Yes.
You're the one that's been running them. Oh, so you've done. I know that. You've had a ton of them. Somebody was telling me that. I mean, don't you have like 8 or 10 of them are going or something like that, or
22.
Oh my God. Yeah. Somebody was telling me that this is like the most they've ever seen in a case. And so good for you. I mean, that stuff is, it's so helpful because you'd never know. I mean, in the Riley Strain case, when you see him on surveillance at that intersection and there's like a couple there and the lady in the cowboy hat, and you could see him talk to her for a second, she called me 3 weeks later, her and her husband, they're like, we just learned about the case. Like they had no, it's not like we're all dialed into these missing person cases because we're in this community, but everybody else just kind of like watches the news and they probably don't even pay much attention. She's like 3 weeks later, she's like, I just noticed myself, and she gave us a full statement of what he said and everything, so stuff like that helps because you just never know when there's that person that has no idea they have information. They have no idea that anything's even going on.
Yeah. And I mean, we worked with Chris and Katie on where they wanted them. So we've got them in a lot of locations where families may be vacationing for the summer.
Mm-hmm.
We have 4 in Florida, 2 in Texas.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're spread out for sure, but
that's great. No, they really are a help. In fact, I know we just ran some recently in Holland's case because there was word that she potentially was seen in Bristol, Virginia. So we ran them in Bristol. Somebody helped us run them, and I didn't set it up. Somebody else did. But yeah, I think it's great. I think they're a fantastic idea. And listen, I mean, stuff like this is super important. You'd be shocking how many tips you get because people see, stuff on YouTube like this, or on the news, so we need that. Whereas, law enforcement takes the silent approach. In missing person cases, I've always said that I think transparency and putting all the information out there, unless you 100% know that's foul play. I think in a missing persons cases, I think that's why Amber Alerts work. I think you get it out there, and but a lot of law enforcement agencies, a lot of old school detectives, still don't take that approach. But I think it works, and I think that's why Amber Alerts are so effective.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you have anything Kodo is really following the Layla Sentinella case. Is there anything you can fill us in on the recent developments?
Yeah. So I can kind of fill you in on both. So Layla and Holland are both missing out of Kingsport, Tennessee. So Layla's case, we, in both cases, we know a lot, but we're at one of these points where I know it looks like we've kind of gone dark and aren't talking much about them. There is going to be, I'm not involved in it, but there is, I believe, starting the 23rd of this month, next week, I believe, her dad and stepmom, who myself and Chloe was on the case, are working for, they're going to be out in Tennessee and doing some volunteer search efforts. So if anybody's in that area, I'm sure they would love the boots on the ground help. In Layla's case, we're at a place where we can't say too much. In Holland's case, we did come out and announce that we know, I have multiple witness statements that she was at a 52-year-old male's house. She's 19 and 85 pounds, I believe, 4'9". She was at a 6'2", 52-year-old man's house that got her over there somehow, and we know that she was brutally beaten, and she from head to toe. And two witnesses that saw her in a cellar that said she was barely breathing. She was like gurgling, and she was never seen after that. We know who that person is. He did flee after, or I don't know if I should say flee. He left the home and went to Georgia as soon as TBI announced she was a missing person. He was arrested in Georgia on a meth possession charge. He's now out. He's claiming he doesn't have anything to do with it. We know a lot in that case, and that was the one, quite frankly, I've come out and said that on my Twitter, that Layla's cousin, Jennifer Sentinella's niece, lived on that property and is one of the witnesses and did not call 911.
And it says, any updates on the recent arrests and the proximity to Layla's family members? Can you talk about that? So
that's who I'm talking about. Her name is Patricia. She's in jail right now. She was arrested 2 nights ago or so for possession and for bribery of a law enforcement official. She tried to slip the cop money. She was out on bond for an arrest last year. Mm-hmm. She was caught with 39 ounces of fentanyl, 14 ounces of heroin, 14 ounces of meth, 4 ounces of heroin, something like just tons and tons of stuff. There's like 9 charges. And then in 2022, she's out on bond for accessory after the fact of first-degree murder. This is something that's been withheld, hasn't been told, but since it's public record, and since she did get arrested the day before yesterday, and she was a witness to Holland being beaten, I went ahead and announced it yesterday, and I think it's something people need to know because there's a lot of ties, between the two cases. They didn't go missing by the same person, but there are people that know things. And it's really frustrating that I've had to kind of listen to this story for ever since Layla went missing, and the whole time knowing that, their family member that was witness to Holland being beaten, and that Patricia's son was just arrested 10 days ago for aggravated kidnapping and pistol whipping a girl that he kidnapped in North Carolina, and they found them in Virginia.
Holy crap.
So now a lot of people are giving me grief saying, how could you go after a grieving mother? Well, these things should have been disclosed, and
absolutely.
And there's people that know things, yeah, so I see Trevor is saying 25 grams, but if you look in the indictment, which I posted yesterday, she was caught with, I think, 24 4 grams, and then they did a search warrant at her house, and they found like another 19 grams or something. So,
jeez.
So if you combine the two, then you come up with those numbers. It's a yeah. There's that's what you're putting up there. That's the accessory after the fact to first degree murder, and that's the there you go. That's the it lists there like all the grams, and then it show, and then after the search they found another 25 grams of fentanyl. Also has 20 grams of crystal meth, 12.5 grams of crack. So. And so she's the one who lived at the house that lived on the property at the house that Holland was beaten and last seen at. And I think she knows, more than he's saying. If you look at the other, oh, that's okay, never mind. That's it right there, the indictment. Yeah. So, I don't know what to say. It's frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, that seems kind of a crazy situation.
I mean, people are actually tweeting at me today, including Jennifer, and I know Jennifer. Well, I won't say that, but people are tweeting me saying, this happened a year ago. And it's like, well,
that's kind of important. That's not,
I mean, she went missing almost a year ago.
If it was like 20 years ago, I would be like, yeah, I agree with that point. But this is like a year ago. It's like kind of an important aspect to go into. Kodo also asks, can you say what he thinks what happened? He says, basically, she's asking ask him what he thinks happened to Layla, speculation or no. I don't know if you can get into details with that, or if that's how you usually go.
I can't because I essentially know, but I can't say.
Understood.
It's we're just trying to put the final piece together in that case. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot known in both cases. I mean, in Holland's case, we came out and we were like, this guy got out of jail. He's fronting like he didn't do anything to her, and so we, the address that TBI lists on the missing persons poster, Belridge Drive, is his address. I mean, it's acknowledged that's where she went missing from, and we didn't see any reason not to put him on blast. He's a 51-year-old guy that had no business being with a 19-year-old girl, none. And the people that helped to get her over there for the purposes that they brought her over there for this guy, it just. Everybody needs to know it, and he needs to know that we're not afraid of him, and whatever his affiliations may be, and we're gonna find the truth, and we're gonna find her. So, and as for both cases,
yeah, that's kind of crazy. Getting back to Sebastian, someone asked, did they find Sebastian's slippers? I don't know. I never heard of that.
Yeah. So, I mean, Chloe literally is the go-to, or Trevor. I mean, if Trevor, you should come up. Like I'm just somebody that's like commented from the outside. I don't know the inside details like Trevor and Chloe do. So I'd hate to misspeak. And I've never been officially involved. So
you just basically been looking from the outside in. You're just,
people were asking me from a search and rescue perspective, like my thoughts, and so I was just posting some maps, and then, I am the investigator in the Riley Strain case. So just because proximity, people were kind of overlapping the two, but I don't, I can speak in, as far as in generalities, but as far as what's been found or specific conversations, that'd be more Trevor or Chloe,
Yeah. I mean, I understand that because you don't want to comment and just start making up stuff.
And Trevor's also been an activist before myself or Chloe got involved in Layla's case and Holland's case. He was activist or has been an activist, since before we got involved. So he's been in those cases since the very beginning too. And those are cases that are actually local to him also.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that though. I mean, so you've just been looking in, yeah.
I mean, we're trying to.
But what would you recommend
next week? There is, I wish I had more details on it. There is. I know that they are coming. Her father and stepmother live in New Jersey. I know that they are coming down and they're doing some sort of search efforts. I know that they were looking for canine handler It's hard to get, because there's not a call out. So I've told them that that's probably going to be, but they're still trying. And I think that they do have a diver set up, and, they're getting some resources put in place. And if anybody's local and can help, I'm sure they would love the assistance,
All right. So
they are trying to revoke her bond. I see that comment. Yeah, they are trying to revoke it right now.
Makes sense. That would kind of make sense to revoke the bond on that one. You're not carrying that many stuff for personal use or anything like that.
No. And with a gun, and it's crazy.
No, and I mean, just 1 gram, you can kill a whole damn classroom. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and she was out on bond for accessory after the fact of first-degree murder when this happened, when that arrest happened. So I don't know why they're letting people out. I mean, even Layla's boyfriend, he had so many arrests. I mean, he's finally in now. They revoked his bond, but because he was responsible for sending those the ransom demands through Cash App after she went missing. So they finally indicted him on that. But I mean, it took forever. He kept bonding out, but they finally revoked it because he showed up at court a couple of weeks ago and nodded out on the judge. So they revoked his bond.
So they kept on bonding him out for.
Yeah. He was getting arrested once a week. Not even kidding, for different things. But he finally made his last appearance, and they couldn't wake him up in the courtroom. He nodded out, and so they drug tested him right there, and he gave a dirty test, and now they have revoked his bond. But he was involved in a shooting a couple years ago and stuff, so he's still waiting for trial for that. It's just, it's a mess.
Yeah, that sounds like a mess, man. That's crazy.
I'm going to hop down. Thanks for having me. Steve, I'm a big fan.
Oh, thank you.
Talk to you later.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Cheesy.
I'm gonna have to run too, because I got some calls to make. But I just, thank you for having me up. It's nice to finally meet you, even though we've been accused of being in business together.
Absolutely.
Running some criminal organization together.
Yeah. Next JLR will be coming up too. He'll be hanging out with us.
And so it was nice talking with you all. And I know that people like Trevor and Chloe appreciate all your support in the Sebastian's case, and I know Sebastian appreciates it. And hopefully you can get that thing back on track and get him found.
Absolutely.
So, all right. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you later. And yeah, Chloe and, like I said, Trevor, thank you for stopping by. They've done a lot of work. They both have done a lot of work. I was shocked when Seth when he said the things he said to Trevor, because he's the one who ultimately brought this case out here to get coverage, So I was really shocked by that. But
yeah, that was pretty shocking that he was hanging out with Tony Mathis in the parking lot and decided, why not just go after people? And I just couldn't believe that, man. But there was one thing we did get out of that. We did get the photo with Tony Mathis and Seth with the looking at him weirdly. That photo, we at least got that one out of that one. You know the photo I'm talking about, right? You do. But anyway, let me see.
What photo? I'm sorry, no, I don't.
The photo with Tony Mathis, right behind Seth, and Seth gives the weird eyes to Tony Mathis. We did get that photo.
Yes. I gotta go. Hold on. I think it showed a lot about Seth. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. That's when I really started seeing. Before, he rubbed me wrong anyways. But after that, I was like, nope. Absolutely not. That was so disrespectful in the way he kept saying, "This ain't your case, boy," or "This is my son," and just the way he was acting, I was in shock. I was like, I cannot believe he's
acting this way? What the hell's going on?
What rubbed me the wrong way?
Mic drop. Mic drop.
Mic drop. What rubbed me the wrong way was
embarrassing yourself. Mic drop.
What rubbed me the wrong way was instead of taking accountability that he acted badly. Let's not say overreacted. He starts going after Katie and start talking about Ann and Chris. And I'm like, whoa, bro, why are you not just accepting that this was a very bad situation? You should not have jumped on a live stream to shit on this guy and attack him. If you had problems, you could have just called him up on a goddamn phone and been like, yeah, I have some problems here and there. But like, I mean, what it sounded like it just was not a good move at all. And that Tony Mathis, worst PR person in the world. We all agree. The internet agrees. The worst.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me see. I don't blame Tony. He's a bum, and it was Seth's choice.
I said for me, when Seth outed that private sensitive details when I couldn't ignore his ugly behavior any longer. Yeah. Yeah,
he is so... I couldn't believe that whole Pascal live when he had like almost 9,000, almost 10,000 people. And he was
but you know, they come in for salacious details and you know what I mean? Of course, Boston, come on up.
What's up, Boston? I mean, I can't believe it was such exploitation of his son. It wasn't even like, you know, the awareness or anything. It was just pure exploitation of his son at that point. And I was like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah. Look, Lip Pluck, she goes, well, I guess I can no longer say it'll be a cold day in hell before the internet agrees on anything.
Yeah, I think almost everyone agrees, except for one person. And we know why that one person doesn't agree. The one person on the internet that does not agree that Tony Mathis is the worst. Well, actually two. But that second person just wants, you know, Seth on her show, so saves her dying channel. B-Tim, would you like to tell Boston about our bet? I am not betting anything with that L word again. It got me physical pain when I had to say that L word to Chloe, the cat. It was terrible. It was terrible. So it goes by Trev time. Let me see. He had actually told it before Pascal on that Justin Dude's channel, so he technically repeated it on Pascal, and then going on a large network to say it. Nope. Yeah, I thought that guy was like very stupid. I mean, I just didn't like it. Another thing I didn't like about Tony Mathis is he jumps on these live interviews. It's like, sir, why the fuck are you even here? No one wants to hear anything you say. No one cares. Like, no one cares what Tony Mathis has to say. Go back to selling used parts for cranes. Just go back there. Just go back to selling parts for cranes. No one wants to hear anything about you and your, horrible ideas. Horrible ideas. But he always has to insert himself literally in the middle. He makes sure his avatar is in the middle of any interview. It's like, no one cares about you. You should just go away. Bye, Tony Mathis. Back into irrelevancy. Back into irrelevancy, sir. It's okay, PTM. I guarded once on TikTok live and didn't. Amazing. PTM loves Michael. No, it's Boston's in the back, by the way.
Oh, here, baby. Sir, what's up, Bubba?
Yo.
What up?
What up?
Did you just say yo?
That I did.
Hell yeah.
You can exit him. You can take him out. Take him out.
I love you. Is that how you do it? The hearts?
No. And instead of Pascal shutting it down, he was asking for minors offender's name. Yeah, that was a brilliant idea by Pascal, Trish, to basically decide to, tell the internet of the minor's name so that the internet will do what the internet does and go after that person and try to give that out. Brilliant idea. Brilliant.
Okay, why you did that. Unbelievable.
Like trying to think that was a great idea to try to do. No, that's a bad idea, sir. You don't start putting people's names out like that and doing stuff like that because it can result in.
I thought he would know better, right? Like,
bro, he knows what time it is on this fucking platform. Let's be real. Let's be real. I heard it, but it didn't show. I thought Pascal left the Sebastian. No, he didn't leave the Sebastian case. He was covering it again. He's not leaving that case. He's probably just going to cover once in a while and move on to other content. That's it. I mean, the guy jumps on anything that's trending. I mean, I saw him like he was on the Karen Reed case talking about that. I'm like, bro, you didn't cover the Karen Reed case at all. It's like you invite a law tuber, the guy who looks like fucking Gandalf the Grey if he shaved his beard, and that was it. I mean, got me a break. Tell Boston we hate him. Okay, Woodstock, but I told them they all hate him.
then he says, you said that you told, he said how much you love Chloe.
That was a loss of a bet. Unfortunately, I made a bet where I was really hoping that Rekieta Law would represent himself in his criminal case and then eventually to go to jail for like a couple of years. But unfortunately, he was smart enough to actually get counsel. Unfortunately, I was hoping that
good bet.
I was hoping that he would be arrogant enough and we can watch his trial because I really want. That's what Queen. We need to live stream the trial of Rekieta Law. We need to watch that. 100% when Rekieta Law goes to because he wants to live stream court cases, people should be watching his court case. That's going to be interesting. Is everyone in agreement? Like, is everyone thinking like Rekieta Law's?
Yeah, Rekieta's trial is going to be very interesting. I'm sure there's going to be all kinds of shit in there.
What's he getting charged for again, or whatever it is? What is it?
Like 20 grams of meth.
No. Whoa. He also had over 26 grams of, I think, cocaine.
Oh, cocaine. Oh, Lord.
And he also child endangerment and some other things. And the gun charge, I think, is an issue because basically that kind of is an issue as well. He is facing lots and lots of time in jail.
Jesus.
And I have no sympathy for him. Zero.
So Kodo and Ellie bet you, was it yesterday about the Rekieta thing? Okay, gets house arrest or probation. B. Tim has to say he loves you. Ooh,
I would be so upset if that guy gets probation. I mean, when I read the report that one of the children were like asking the police officer, like asking for food at school, and were like starving, and like yeah, like the kids were not eating, their clothes were dirty. They actually one of the kids had to ask I think the police officer to change their clothes, like get a new change of clothes, because it was just those kids were so mistreated. It was terrible. You got to read the report. It was terrible. Wow. So I have no sympathy for him. He could have easily hired a maid and just bought another house and did his stuff there, but he decided to, abuse those children, and I have no sympathy for that. He can go straight to prison, enjoy his time there. That's just my opinion.
Do not pass go.
It was the church they were asking.
No conversation.
Thank you for the clarification. It was the church they were asking for food. My bad. And then it's just so ridiculous. I have no sympathy for people that put kids in danger like that, like mistreat their children. If you want to do, your stuff privately, you do what you do. You want to destroy your life, you do you. But if you do things that, basically result in children starving and stuff like getting hungry and wearing dirty clothes and stuff like that, no, no. You can go to jail for 5 years, and that's pretty much it. Maybe
so. He's a first-time offender. Kodo's saying so. All right. So the bet is, you think he's going to jail or getting jail time?
I think he's going to get jail time. I think he will.
Ellie and Kodo think he'll get house arrest because he's the breadwinner and first offender. So he's the breadwinner of his family when it comes to everything.
He's not a breadwinner. Basically, what happened was his grandparents were multimillionaires, and he's a trust fund kid. His house that he's living in was part of the trust. So the kids would have access to the trust, I think. So I got to look into the details again, but the majority of his money came from his grandparents, from the trust. He started making money on YouTube, but that's what happened. He started making money, but the truth of the matter is he's a trust fund kid.
Trust fund baby, as they call him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, technically the nanny is his mistress. That is true, unfortunately. But she wasn't actually a nanny. She was basically another YouTuber. If you don't know the lore, that woman was another YouTuber's wife, I guess. And they used to do swinging parties and then eventually and other things. And eventually she left that YouTuber and went with Ricada.
Really?
And became the quote unquote nanny.
Okay. That's interesting. To say the least.
Steel Toe, yeah, that guy. I have no sympathy for that guy too. That guy's like really living off the clout. But I'm like, bro, you saw children being mistreated and you didn't call the police. You deserve to go to jail too.
Right in the volcano.
Like you sit around, you seeing children with like dirty clothes and not getting fed properly, and you're just like, oh well, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm gonna just let this happen. No, you go to jail too. I think all of them should go to jail. Every single one of them should go to jail. Like, absolutely. Guy's disgusting himself. And people, I don't have no sympathy for those people.
Hasn't he been bucked up for a minute now? I heard like a year and a half ago or so he was, I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I think that was the nanny that had the charges dropped on her because they basically, in a brilliant legal move by Ricada, besides waiving his right to counsel to talk to the police officers, which he tells you not to do apparently, but he doesn't follow his own advice. He proceeds to say, no, she had nothing to do with it. She doesn't have nothing to do with it. But yeah, my wife sleeps in that bedroom, implicating his own wife into the crime and freeing his mistress. I couldn't believe it. I sat there. I was like, wouldn't you think that you would want to take the bullet for your wife and try
You would think he was a real man, but
But instead you implicate your wife in the crimes, and you couldn't just just fib a little bit and say, no, we've been strained. She sleeps downstairs and she doesn't know nothing what goes on in the bedroom, and try to get your wife off the hook a little bit. Just a thought. I don't know. But you implicate your wife as well. But you free your mistress.
Now the mistress knew about the wife knew about the mistress. Is that what you were saying or no?
Yeah, they were all living in the house. What happened was they were a swinging couple. He does a lot of swing. Like later on, they did a lot of swinging. They went to like a heathenistic island where they were swingers, and they lived that type of lifestyle later on. And eventually, they got wrapped around with this YouTube couple, and they switched. He would sleep with this YouTuber. Aaron would sleep with Ricada's wife, and Nick would sleep with his wife, the Aaron's wife, and they would swing, and that was particularly what happened. And eventually, I guess no
shame in that. People like what they like. I mean, that's not for me. No one's touching my chick that much.
Well, the problem is not exactly the swinging. The problem is the massive amounts of drugs they were doing.
Yeah, that's for
which
sure.
affected their judgment. And also, I would say that you're rich enough that you have lots and lots of money. Why would you do that in the house with your children? I mean, you could have bought another house.
Go to a hotel for crying out loud.
This is our swingers house or something. But inviting these people into your home, I don't know. It just seems weird to me. I don't hold it against people for wanting to swing and stuff like that. But you should have kept that separate from the kids, What? You're breaking up, Boston. Yeah, you're still breaking up. All right, Boston. I think you said you'll come back in a moment. All right. Try to come back and see if that works. Hang on, if we bring that chat back on.
Yeah, that was terrible. I'm like, what the hell is that? I had to come back over here just to see what the fuck was going on.
Yeah. They think they'll make an example out of them also. I think they're going to make an example out of Ricada. I think what he did was very disgusting. Honestly, not the drug use or the swinging. I mean, you want to ruin your life. But the kids, nah, I'm not down with that shit. You deserve jail time for that shit. Absolutely. 100%.
So I was saying before, Tim, there's a place down here called Deanie's Hideaway. It's like was like a big old house. It's shut down now. The house is still there. It was a swingers joint. It was mostly older people. I've never been there, but I remember as kids, we always like, I wonder what that is. We had no clue what it was. We'd drive by it nonstop because it was in the area. We found out it was a swingers joint. And then one time we were driving by and we saw one of our friends' parents walking out of there. And we had no clue why. And then, we found out it was actually a swingers joint. And they have those places down here where you just walk up in there, you go to, you hang out and you find yourself a couple. Not for me, but
great use of the time. I would not do that. But apparently they were like, the children were hungry. They basically complained of being hungry, not being fed, and wearing the same clothes for 3 to 4 days at a time, and would smell. Apparently, that's what's in the.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something I would do. You know what I mean? But God bless anybody that does that. It's up to them. Like I said, no kink shaming, but you got kids and stuff like that. Don't do that.
Are you serious? Educated Opinions is all 4. I think this is correct. I think I need to watch it. All 4 of the adults would share one bed together with the kids in the house, according to Aaron. The kids would beat on the bedroom door, ask for food. Bro.
A, they shouldn't do that in the house with kids. Bottom line. B, they need a bigger bed. Jesus.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, that's what I mean. Like, you need to move. Like, you're an adult. You have, what does he have? Like 5 children or something? Like, you need, your kids are your main responsibilities, man. That's why I respect Queen when she says, I got to take care of my kids. I'll go on mute. There could be 1,000 people. There could be 2,000 people on this chat, and she'll just mute and walk the fuck away and do what she needs to do for her kids. People get mad at her for that, but I think that's actually a good thing because she knows.
Yeah, they do. But you know what? It is what it is. Like, my kids in my household will always be more important than this.
Yeah,
exactly. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I mean, like I said, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. So, I appreciate the support. And, what I'm saying? I love having you, but these guys come first.
Yeah.
100%.
So, and that's what I think. Like, if you're a parent, your kids come first. And like what Ricada was doing was he was more focused on himself, his own needs, his own desires. And it's like, sir, you gave up on that until they move out of the motherfucking house. You gave up on that position. You're done for. And that's just my opinion. And how he was acting was very selfish. And unfortunately, those kids are going to have to suffer through a lot of therapy and a lot of bad things. Unfortunately, a lot of therapy.
I think a lot of people that say with the Queen is going mute, all that kind of when they shoot with their kids and stuff like that, jealousy, straight up jealousy. That's straight up just hating. You know what I mean? They should, if anything, they should be cool with that, right? Because you're doing your thing, right? Being with your family and stuff like that. At the same time, still giving platform to other people to hang out and stuff like that. So
yeah,
that's all fuckery.
Aaron, it says, yep, I watched Aaron talking about it. He said he would be the one to get up out of bed, shared bed in the morning and take care of the kids. Well, Aaron's a piece of shit too. Aaron sat there and continued this weird situation. And honestly, he sat there and he didn't call up. His ass should have been calling up and reporting that. Honestly. And I find him to be disgusting as well. He's using this opportunity to clout chase and try to build his channel. And I find him disgusting as well. I have no sympathy for the man. Zero. Zilch. Nada.
What's his name getting a lot of slack? Pascal, for his behavior, so to speak.
What did you say? I'm sorry. Repeat your question.
Pascal. I'm talking about Pascal now.
Pascal got away scot-free. He was the smartest one of them all. And this is a separate subject. It's about Sebastian Rogers right now. Pascal got away scot-free. He was smart enough to jump that ship. I have to give Pascal credit. I give the devil their due. He was the smartest one to jump out of that sinking ship. Interestingly enough, he's the one that recommended Tony Mathis, apparently. Interestingly enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not exactly a good idea, I would say. Daddy's baby girl says you're ignoring her. Boston.
Yeah, I wrote her in the chat. I said, I'm sorry, Daddy's baby girl. Holas. I can't see all of them sometimes. I just turned my side chat on a couple minutes ago.
Looks like Kodo beats him, but look at Shaney and Rev. They neglected their children for years and years, reporting their viewers saw the abuse before the kids were taken. Same thing, drug abuse, neglect. Neither are in jail.
Who's Rev? Is that who I think it is?
I think Rev's the boyfriend of Shani.
Oh, okay.
The
YouTuber.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
unfortunately,
Burnt Toast covers him.
Yeah.
Shani and Rev.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think if you mistreat your children, you know that should be one of the things you should go to jail for. If it's like something serious like that. Unfortunately, they got off. Instead, I think Shani was crying about how they stole her children because they were Native Americans or something. Like completely delusional, and then also was like dry begging for money while talking about how she's a Native American. Which, okay, ma'am, you are not.
Did you? You know that's it's a documentary on Netflix. I was talking with the girls about it earlier in the Discord. It's the one with all the 7M dancers and what's that? Shakina Church with that the Korean guy. Have you seen that yet?
No, I have not.
It's really good. It's really good. All TikTok dances, stuff like that. I was watching it last night with Raquel, and all of a sudden I see Charlotte on the web was on. She probably had like a 4 to 5 second, piece in there. Yeah.
What do you think? Someone says Aaron from Stub Toe Warning Show is going to be Nick's biggest problem in defending himself. I'll respond. I think that guy is risking going to jail, Aaron, because he's self-snitching. What do you think, Boston?
Is that in regards to the Raquel Law thing?
Yeah, the guy who was sleeping in the bed with 3 other people and also was seeing children being abused and decided to not say anything.
I don't know too much about it, but I'll agree with you on that one because what you've explained so far. I mean, yeah. So
I think, like, honestly, Aaron's going to be one of those idiots like Turtleway who just self-snitch constantly on this platform and not realize that everything he said is being recorded by a group of A-logs, they call themselves, people that record you and review you. And eventually they're going to get your information, that you're going to release information that's going to be sent to the cops, and your ass is going to go to jail too. And you know what? Keep on talking, Aaron. Keep on talking so you can go to jail, because I'm going to laugh when you go to jail because you deserve it, because what you did was disgusting. There's a place in Dante's Inferno for people that sat around and watched and picked no sides. They were a part of the worst parts of hell in Dante's Inferno. They were the bannerless, constantly chased around with flies, formless and bannerless, all eternity. They could not be accepted into heaven, nor hell, nor purgatory, because they never chose a side. And you, Aaron, chose no side. And that makes you a garbage human being.
Sorry, it takes me a while to get to the fridge.
What are you drinking, by the way?
Lagunitas. It's an IPA.
Lagunitas. What the hell is that?
It's an IPA.
What's an IPA?
It's like a darker beer.
Oh. Why is it called an IPA?
It's like I think it's called a independent pale ale or independent. Some of the Jack could probably help me on that one. Yeah, it's just tastier.
Yeah.
It's got flavor. Yeah, on Netflix. You should watch it, Tim. I think you would be really interested in it. The one I was talking about.
Oh, okay. I'll check it out. Netflix is being sued, by the way. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't.
Buster Murdoch is suing Netflix and a bunch of other companies. Did you hear that, Queen?
Good luck.
No, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
Did you hear Buster Murdoch is suing Netflix and a bunch of other streaming sites for defamation?
No, I didn't hear that.
Did you not see? I sent you the filing.
No, I didn't see it yet. No, I haven't seen it. I've been busy. No, damn.
I can pull up the filing here.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he's suing Netflix.
Why? How?
For that allegation about him killing that kid by the road. And being in a gay relationship with, they were.
Isn't that all opinions? Right.
Well, they made documentaries and they alleged facts that were not in evidence, basically. But yeah, this is so. Buster Murdoch is suing. Here's the Richard Alexander Murdoch, or Buster, Richard Murdoch, is suing Blackfin Inc., Warner Brothers Discovery, Warner Media Entertainment, Pages Inc., Campfire Studios, and Cinemat Mart, and Netflix, and Gannett Co. Inc., and Michael M. DeWitt Jr. And if you go down to the filing, obviously they're going to, let me just go down. Basically, they said all these companies that are involved. I'm just trying to get to the meat and potatoes. Okay. Okay, so trying to get the meat and potatoes.
Meat and potatoes.
Meat and potatoes. Let me see. I'll just start at one. Why not? Okay. So they talks about Blackfin, how it interacted, how they basically, interacted with each other. Trying to get to the part. Okay, Netflix Corporate organized existing law in Delaware, principal okay, persistent course of the student derived. Okay, so defendant Garnet Co. has published Hampton County Guardian and other local regional news sources within the state. Michael DeWitt, resident of Hampton. So basically, it's telling what they're okay. So this is the allegation 18. On July 8th, 2015, Stephen Smith, whose car had given out of gas, was walking along the rural road in Hampton County, South Carolina. It was late night. As he was walking along the road, he was allegedly struck by a part of a vehicle and killed. News sources now report his death is being considered a statewide grand jury, and the media has reported on individual unrelated to plaintiffs allegedly being involved in this death. The plaintiff, even though he has been falsely accused of harming Stephen Smith, as described below, as has not been notified by any law enforcement entities or any allegation against him related to Stephen Smith's death. On or about June 17, 2022, defendant Warner Brothers Discovered, Inc. began streaming a broadcasting series, quote, Murdoch's Murders, Deadly Dynasty, throughout the entire country, including South Carolina, through its platform Discovery Plus, an investigation Discovery television channel, which falsely suggested and subtly accuses the plaintiff of being the murderer of Stephen Smith. During the 10-minute segment of Murdoch's Murders, Deadly Dynasty series, the plaintiff is alluded to a number of times as a murderer of Stephen Smith. 20. These statements about the plaintiff are defamatory, false, accusing the plaintiff committing a crime, moral turpitude. The false statements have been published to hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of viewers who watch the show, including viewers in South Carolina, and defamatory statements continue to be republished as of the filing of this action. As broader arrays of streaming platforms, channels owned by defendants Warner Brothers Discovery Inc., defendants Warner Brothers Discovery Inc. has hundreds of thousands of subscribers to its Discovery Plus investigation channel, Discovery, and other streaming and broadcasting services. Channel within South Carolina was aware of the acute regional interest in the series and intended for the South Carolina viewers to watch Murdoch Murder, Deadly Dynasty, defendants Warner Brothers Discovery Inc. purposefully and specifically directed marketing advertisement effort for the series to South Carolina citizens. The only thing I would say with this complaint is like they usually show examples. Like when I was reading that, remember that guy, that Nickelodeon feet guy that's suing now about his allegations about that, and he showed like clips and he showed like the screenshots in his complaint. Like this is a pretty bare bones complaint where it's only like 12 pages and it doesn't have the actual screenshots of the allegations what they're accusing him of.
Yeah.
That's the thing I would think I've seen in other, I'm not a lawyer by the way, but I'm just saying I would see in other ones, right? It's 96 degrees in North Carolina. Holy shit. Bea Reindeer outed herself and is still stating the lawyer is not barrister, is lying about sacking her and stalking her and late husband. Yeah, well, it's gonna be interesting with that one too. Seems like Netflix is getting sued for everything. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be like a 5-year deficit case.
Right. Somebody in the chat's like Buster is probably broke. Man, you know how selfish that man is. He's gonna use that for commissary if he does win. He'll be there a long time.
The son. This is the son.
Oh, the son's. Oh, God.
Yeah, this is the
now
son.
okay, now I get it.
The son has been accused of the death of Stephen. You know, the kid with the red hair.
Yes, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm following that case with you very closely.
Yeah. So Defendant Blackform Inc. created and
The kid,
produced.
Tyler, I think his name was Tyler, right? The kid that was found down the side of the road, right?
Well, it was Stephen.
Yeah. Oh, what was his name?
Stephen Smith.
Okay, Stephen Smith. Okay, that was Tyler for some reason. Yeah, and it was, so he was supposedly had an affair with them, so to speak, or whatever.
That was the allegation. There has been no proof of any
Yeah.
sort of affair. That's also part of the defamation case as well.
I would assume,
that he's
yeah.
suing for.
He might actually get on that. You know what I mean? I mean, it is some big.
Yeah,
public,
apparently Blackfin Inc. created and produced the series Murdoch Murders. Honestly, published. Basically, they're saying that they published also the same series. And then 23, beginning of November 3rd, 2022, defendant Warner Bros. Discovery Warner Entertainment Pages Inc. began distributing a 3-part series to public on Murdoch family entitled Low Country, The Murdoch Dynasty. Wow, they really fucking milk this thing. I didn't even watch all these documentaries of these little series. Did you? Probably not. I haven't watched them. The defendant Warner Brothers Discovery Inc. platform, HBO Max. So it's going through throughout the entire country, specifically within the state. The series publishes false statements that suggest the plaintiff, along with others, murdered Stephen Smith by striking him with a baseball bat, and sequenced in the show accuses the plaintiff of killing Stephen Smith because of his sexual identity, and further insinuates that the plaintiff killed Stephen Smith in relation to a romantic relationship between plaintiff and Smith. These statements are untrue in their entirety. Yeah, that's pretty much defamation. Not going to go into details. You know, obviously false statements are defamation, especially aired to millions and millions of people.
Yeah.
These statements are defamatory in that it falsely accuses the plaintiff of committing murder. The false statements have been published to hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of viewers who watch the show, including the viewers of South Carolina, and defamatory statements continue to be republished. As of the filing of this action, across a broad array of streaming platforms and channels owned by the defendant Warner Brothers Discovery Inc. Defendant's Campfire Studio created and produced a series called Law Country. So basically the same defamation that they published as well. The same thing that he's being accused of. On February 22nd, 2023, defendant Netflix Inc. began streaming the series entitled Murdoch Murders, Southern Scandal. Okay, a new name, which depicts a young man with red hair carrying a baseball bat. Yeah, just like the plaintiff in this case with red hair. The plaintiff has red hair and it is readily ascertainable from the content of the series. I think that's the same problem they're having with Baby Reindeer, because that woman was identifiable as the actor was closely resembling the actual real person. Right, Boston? Or Queen?
Huh?
In Baby Reindeer, one of her allegations in that lawsuit was that she's closely identifiable to the actress.
Who is?
The Baby Reindeer person. She's suing
Oh,
on
God.
the allegations of her lawsuit.
All right. Hold on 1 second. I got to put on mute. I got a call coming. I'm sorry.
No problem. The plaintiff has red hair and readily acceptable from content of the series that the creators were depicting a plaintiff as a murderer of Stephen Smith. The series published statements such as, "Everyone keeps coming up to me and saying it was Murdoch Boaz." Listening to these statements, it is pretty clear Stephen Smith's death intertwined with the Murdochs. The series falsely contains statements that the plaintiff was engaged in a romantic relationship. Stephen Smith, that is, it was the plaintiff and maybe 2 other individuals who killed Stephen Smith. The statements are defamatory in that falsely accused the plaintiff of committing murder. The false statements were published to hundreds of thousands of Englanders going through the same thing about how many people actually saw it. The defendant, this one also probably broadcast as well, Cinema LLC as well. Okay, Michael Durrett. The editor of the Hampton County Guardian, local weekly newspaper covering Hampton County, Mr. DeWitt, appears in Netflix series Murdoch Murders, Southern Scandal, in both his individual capacity within the scope, of course, of the agency as editor of Hampton County Guardian. And the documentary states, and this is the examples they have, we were hearing all these rumors about a possible connection. There is some truth to it. We could not put the Murdoch name in the story unless we wanted to face lawsuits. We said a prominent, well-known family was rumored to be involved. Everyone knew we were talking about. We published the story, and we waited people would come up to me in the Piggly Wiggly and pat me on the back. We're so thankful you had the courage to run the story. who did everything but put the Murdaugh name in the story. Sometimes I wonder if people actually talk to attorneys before they actually make statements. That's not a good statement to make. That is not a good idea, sir. I began to have bad taste.
Not at all.
Yeah, like, we didn't want to name the person because we'd be sued, but we were explicitly talking about that guy, and we're going to say that in the documentary. I began to have bad taste in my mouth about the members of the Murdaugh family, as many people in my community did. This is not suable. This, no, but this could be, depending on the article, it would be something I would have to read, but could be an issue. When he put into context with the remainder of the documentary, it is clear that the doctor was falsely accusing the plaintiff of being involved in the murder. Stephanie Smith, Mr. DeWitt's false statements defamed the plaintiff and damaged his reputation. Defendant's publications are unprivileged or exceed the scope of the privilege recognition recognized by South Carolina federal law. The statements were made with reckless indifference to the truth. In the publishing of these statements, defendants purposely ignored information demonstrating their falsity that was readily available to and within the defendant's knowledge, including information indicating the individual unrelated to the plaintiff. Turtle Boy should read this, probably. Kind of wouldn't be, Mr. Plaintiff were responsible for Mr. Smith's deaths. Defendants' publications and republications of the defamatory statements are unfair and biased in that defendants deliberately chose to omit from the series information contradicting the above describing defamatory statements. All of the problems great. Okay, so that's it. That's the defamation lawsuit.
He might have something there on that, the whole defamation part when it comes to him sleeping with, homeboy. I mean, let's be honest.
No, I think probably the bigger one is the actual murder part. Accusing someone of murder is because murder is illegal, and you're accusing someone of doing something illegal, and you've already defamed this. You're defaming this person and accusing him of being the murderer. Thus, he has a pretty open and shut slam case. You're roboting again.
Dang, you're roboting really bad, Boston.
Here, make sure I end that real quick.
So somebody just sent this in an email and said, did we see this and would I get it to you? And it's Rekida's new convictions, June 17th, 2024. Listen to this. It's only 4 minutes and I'll speed it up, but listen to this.
Nick Rekida. We have some traffic violations that were just, the disposition date is today. So he was actually pulled over back in April, and he has been now convicted today of 4 petty misdemeanor charges in the Lawput Mobile. So the first charge, he was traveling at a rate of speed of 95 miles per hour in a 70 miles per hour zone. He was also convicted of having no insurance. No insurance. Some states it's required, some it's different in every state. So the third conviction, his registration is expired. His registration is expired. And the fourth conviction, weaving over lanes. Yikes. But I don't see a field sobriety test here. So the prosecuting agency was Stearns County Attorney, and this occurred in Stearns County. He was pulled over by Minnesota State Patrol of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Again, this happened on April 6th, and the disposition date is today, June 17th, 2024. It actually went up on the state court website this morning at 8 a.m. So here's the data summary, okay? Has a citation number. The ticket was issued on April 6, 2024 at 9:29 p.m. Citation vehicle summary. This is a passenger vehicle, a 2022 Ford Mustang, color red, license plate number Lawpope, license plate state of Minnesota, of course. And here's what the state police had to say. There's a lot of abbreviations in here that I may not understand. So Viz Fast, so maybe visualized fast, westbound 94 in LL. Originally, vehicle came up behind me near MP 171, traveling above speed limit. I exited off at 1.
Okay, 94 in the left lane. Originally, vehicle came up behind me near whatever this is, 171, traveling above speed limit. I exited off at 171 and then got back on behind the vehicle, followed until MP 165 over those 6 miles. Vehicle was speeding constant.
171, then got back on behind vehicle, followed until MP 165 over those 6 miles. Vehicle was speeding constant. Front And same direction, 83/70 most of the time, just past 15 bridge and sped up front. Same direction, 96/70, locked 93, passing vehicle when stopped. Would not roll down window further when asked. Expired insurance, July 2023. Displayed tabs. He has been stopped and warned for many of these violations before. Upset when given cites. Driver said to me, quote unquote, "You are absolutely bullshit lying F off." But of course he said the word. Drifted over fog yellow line in LL multiple times too. And it stops there. So these are all petty misdemeanors, except for having no insurance. That's a misdemeanor. So as of today,
Yes, it's as of today. I don't know. It's cut off. What's up, chick?
Hey,
You're
voices,
muted.
what's up? You're muted.
Hey, I'm back. I got my errands done.
Oh shit! Hold on. We gotta. Whoa. You're gonna have to come back. Your thing's doing that wonky stuff again. Come back up. Her mic is like really weird. It's like super loud and like really, really weird, and then that
That's
cuts
her
out.
dog.
Cuts
That was
off.
her dog. That was her dog.
No. That's the way she comes in. She came in last time real loud like that. It wasn't the dog. It was her.
Well, I heard
Look, earbud warning. They can hear it. It blows their earbuds out.
Yeah. I heard Timberlake has got DUI. He's going to need Alan Jackson on that case. He'll be the next.
There she is. What's that?
That better?
Yes. B. Tim thought it was your dog. I was like, no. This happened earlier. This is like earbud blowout.
That was my dog running across the floor, B. Tim. Way to go with the 7 o'clock sound.
No, I can differentiate sound.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the way you came in when you were talking. It was like super loud. It blows the eardrums out, like when they're in with the headphones. I don't know why it does that, but it doesn't. It's only done it twice now.
StreamYard's so stupid it hates me.
Well, I think it fucks with all of us, you know.
Not me.
What are we looking at? Whose citation charges for what?
Nick Ricada, I believe.
Oh, geez.
I mean, the guy is a rat. I can't wait. I mean, like, honestly, I think he deserves time in jail. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, Southern, listen, there's a bone. Listen, there's a bone, though, that was found today at St. Jude's in Memphis, but it was one bone. That place is built in a burial ground from 1800s. Yeah, we shared the article and the link, and they already started running with it in the Facebook groups. We shared a screenshot, too.
And a certain individual that we will not name also.
Look, this right here. This is what they shared. They shared this in a Facebook group after that article was posted with the, look at this. That's why I said, how many live streams you think we'll see with this dumbass shit on it? Hopefully not very many. Hopefully people see it first, you know? That picture cracks me up.
Correction, B10. He don't need Alan Jackson. He needs Lolly.
Oh man, did you see Lana? Did you see she was there with that big ass TV?
No, we didn't get to see that after.
What?
Oh,
no, we didn't
yeah.
No, show us.
Oh yeah, she definitely was there, and she brought some fucking SUV with a big ass TV hooked up in it. She's gotta be extra as fuck.
Oh my god.
You know she does. Which I thought it was funny. I did think it was kind of funny. I was like, oh fuck, what is she doing out here? What the fuck has she got going on now? For some reason, it will not let me subscribe to Tom. YouTube said
Tom went crazy today. He almost got into a fight with a cameraman and threatened him.
Tom went wild today. Tom went wild today.
He was like threatening the cameraman, like from another news station. It was fucking nuts.
Hey, buddy, you want to come hang out with us? Hey, bud.
Hey, bud. No, that was not the cameraman. That was the guy who owns the grass, and he's like, I'm just making sure you guys don't step on my grass. And the guy's like, you want to hang out with us? And like, no, we don't want to be part of your cult, sir. You could go over there.
This one?
And you're saying to myself,
oh my God, what brand of justice are you folks meting out? And
this guy here?
No, not that guy. That guy was the guy who was trying to like, you know, go after the ADA, like trying to like, we need to get a new ADA or some shit like that. I don't know.
There were 3 different times.
Get in there. Paul.
He wants a one-on-one
Can
guy.
I get a picture with you and Paul? Like, I don't think I've ever had pictures with you guys.
Overwhelming as well. I know.
Always a brilliant move.
Yeah, they're doing selfies, and they're doing selfies with Karen's father. Karen, there's Karen.
Show people the thumbnail from yesterday.
There's a selfies.
Yeah, I mean, like, I always take selfies when I'm accused of being a murderer. It's just a fantastic idea, including laughing and smiling.
I always take selfies with accused cop killers. Yes, that's my new bucket list.
But anyway, but Queen, look at the, like, go to like Karen Reed 617 and look at the thumbnail.
On who? This on Tom?
Tom CPU, yeah. On the lives.
All right, give me a sec. Let me put this screen up real fast so it doesn't pop onto anything else. Like it, you know.
Yeah. Just need to look at the thumbnail and look how fucking. There's a guy who's wearing an interesting outfit in the middle.
Which one is it again? Which one?
The one from yesterday.
Here we go.
617. Just look at the thumbnail.
Who the fuck is that? who the fuck is that?
They're just like, they're like the guys, but the one who's wearing like a Minions outfit in the middle.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god.
Show the class. Show the class.
Oh my gosh. This is about ridiculous.
Yeah, isn't it wild?
I wonder if you can make it bigger. I'm trying to look for like this actual bigger one. But it was just so funny.
I just can't. I mean, this whole thing has gotten turned into, I mean, it's just circus after circus after circus, right?
All right, send me Kodo. We'll see if we can get a bigger photo.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can't. I'm gonna have to take a screenshot or something of it because I can't get.
All right, send it. Yeah, today
this is all it shows right here. Nobody can see. That's too small right there.
She's gonna send. Okay, so Justice for Karen. Let me see that one. What was that one? So I can show you, like, they have clips of like Tom CPU running after people.
Well, this is the one where Lena's at anyways. This is the one where she's in here with the fucking car or whatever.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Where she's out here with the big ass car and shit. Yeah, so here, we'll just find this real fast because she's got this fucking truck thing. There's her truck deal right there.
Oh,
Jump right in after
Let me
her.
get your picture, Jabba Jaws. Good.
Oh, you're up.
My god, he has no shoulders.
Who's next? They got them lined up here. Okay.
Oh, look at
Good
that.
bunch of people. Huh? Here? Moving today. Out. Go. Mistake.
All right, I got the photos. I got the photo.
I can get you. How are you next?
I mean, you got people dressing
Gave her a
up
hug
as the
first thing when I
judge.
saw it. I did. I want to keep her off this because she didn't want. She's setting us up.
You know what I really want to
About Anna said that's her truck right there.
People are crazy. I can say no. I gotta get a YouTube channel. I don't understand a lot of shit.
That's her white truck right there. See that truck right there or whatever? I'm guessing that they rented it maybe. I don't know. I'm guessing there's somebody else was driving it. It was somebody else's truck. I don't fucking know, but I know that shit's probably not hers. More than likely it's not hers. But anyhow, they got a TV sitting up in the back of it. And Tom walks up there and she's like, Tom.
Wow.
This is Dina. She sits here. She's like, she's like, Karen Reed would be sitting in jail if it wasn't for what Turtle Boy did to help. I'm like, what? Dina.
There he is.
Dina, you do realize that
good diocese debacle. And there was so many people in on that. Like, so we believe, for this to be happening, it's not out of the realm of what can happen.
Glasses is she wearing?
More justice, less gravy. So I believe in this. But I just trying my best not to get ugly with other people about how they feel. Exactly. Yesterday was Father's Day. I'm sure. I mean, Officer O'Keefe was a father to his niece and nephew.
That you guys don't give a fuck about, actually.
Good morning, Johnny. Good morning, Sherry. Yep, positive vibes for them. Good morning, Owit. Good morning, Harley CC. Did I mute myself? No. Tom's not right here right now. Anyways, so yesterday we had the standout in Dedham, and then the Sweeneys came by to put a chair out in front of the courthouse, and there was already 7 chairs out. And it was crazy. Hi, Lucas Knight.
Why does she have 2
Have you pots? That's awesome. There's tea in it.
That's what I asked.
Look at that, a whole huge TV.
Right there it is. I was trying to hear it.
Shit.
There's the TV. And so they play the trial on this TV. She gets it all set up for him here.
See in the back there. There's Tom. See, we're not fighting.
Look at this. Look at what's behind her. That's a freaking 50-inch.
A 50-inch TV.
We're live. Look at this stuff. Moving up in the world, aren't we? Oh, how?
Right. He's ripped open the cover and hell's shooting its flames up because he's exposing all this devilish shit. But anyway, cowbell, we need more cowbells. I just thought of that SNL skit. All right, a couple of troopers at the coffee shop this morning heading to the courthouse in support of Karen. Are you kidding me? Oh, I hope so. It would be nice to see some police officers down here in uniform in support of wanting the truth, because there's good cops out there. Let's not forget this. We've had people pull up and be like, fuck the police. No, they're not all bad. There's some bad and it's getting exposed, but there's a lot of good cops. And let me tell you, you wouldn't want their job. They see the worst of the worst, some of them. So let's not pull them all in together, because that's not right to do. I'm hearing there's some rumbling, Remy, in the Boston Police Department. I'm hearing they're starting to talk about it a little bit more, which that's a lot. That's Lana from the lady with the white car. I don't know them all. There's too many. I don't spend a lot of time on YouTube. And there's so many now that I can't even. There's not enough time in a day to watch all this. I mean, we all have a life. We all have kids, grandchildren. We have work. We have whatever. And I can't watch every single channel. I really can't. And I'm kind of stuck on the Glera. I watched the Glera. I watched Melanie Little. I watched Turtle Boy, of course. Let's not forget, all right? I have to say this because I haven't said it in a while. Without all of what Turtle Boy did, Karen would have been in jail. They would have railroaded her. So whether or not you like or dislike how Turtle Boy did things, without him doing exactly what he did, it would have never been exposed. So remember that. Because this is fighting something huge.
Sure.
I was waiting for that part right there because I was like, I could not fucking believe she said that. When she said that, I was like, oh my God, Dina, my mouth done hit the floor. I'm like, wait a minute, you're okay with what Turtle Boy did? Hold on.
Yeah, Dina. By the way, can we show?
No, Dina, hold on now.
Can you put the? I put the photo in the back.
No, did you?
Yeah, it's like you could just click. It's like a link. You click and open.
What's in a photo of? I'm sorry.
Of the thumbnail.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Oh my God. Okay, here we go.
This is the protesters. You got the Minion hat guy with a poster of Colin shirtless with his Minion lunchbox. And a couple other, and then Jen McCabe with behind bars, and I believe that's Albert. And then you have the assassin, apparently. Okay. And I don't recall guy, and he's got a Red Bull. But like, bro, if you walk outside looking like this guy in the middle, holy fuck, man. You might need to reevaluate your life.
Come on. The fact that those were clothing options for him that morning.
Yep.
The real winner is right there. Oh my God. He has a neck brace? Yeah. He looks like he has no neck. Like, imagine, like, I get the idea, like, they say, like, we were called Minions, so we're going to dress up like Minions from the cartoons. Imagine you're doing this, but you also bring a lunchbox. Like, where did you get the lunchbox Minions from? Like,
Duke must have run off.
Duke did run off, and we're talking. What up, B-Tip? What's up? How you doing there?
God damn it, Duke.
Damn it, Duke. Queen, you're unmuted, by the way.
Fuck it. Oh, well. Cussing Duke out.
That's the Duke. I thought the assassin was Elton John.
The True Crime True Crime Cafe with Dago said, "What's up, B Tim?
Hey, what's up?
Dago.
What's up, B Thug? B Thug Thizzle." All right, we got to get back over here to where he walks up on Lana because it's right after this. He comes and takes his phone and walks up to her right here somewhere, right up in here somewhere.
I would be so pissed off if I lived across the street from this because I think that's are those residential houses? I'd be so fucking pissed.
I believe so.
I'd be so pissed.
All the years that they've been there, and this is the first chaos.
Yeah, like they're like, we have a lovely, quiet neighborhood, and then they got like literally a fucking barbecue in front of their house every day.
And then it's the Karen Reed block.
Okay, there's a cord with it. Okay, double mapping.
Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll take. Listen, you never take them to.
That was her dressed in all the
We're gonna get. I'm gonna get my phone.
And she took our shit sidebar. Sidebar.
Sidebar.
Yeah. How the fuck you gonna take our shit, Lana? You little fucking shithead.
Her theory of the case was the most hilarious thing I've ever heard in my life, actually. We were on heels. We went through it. She's like, well, baby, he ran in the yard, got bit by the dog, then ran upstairs, had sex with Jen McCabe, then ran downstairs.
Fucking idiot.
And I was like,
come on now. This thing has a long history of, I mean, like, she got a woman kicked out of public housing because she put on an event in the public housing complex that they said, no, you can't do that. And yeah, like there was a whole fucking mess with this one. Whole big fucking mess.
I mean, it definitely is a good sign that everyone part of this movement is like people you would never want to associate with in real life. Like I wouldn't really want to associate with the Glare or Lana or Melanie Little or any of these people.
I wonder why Emily Baker doesn't go down there to the trial and hang out with all these people, you know, that are tailgating at the Officer O'Keefe's trial.
She might. Who knows? She might. I don't know. But she's got enough of you. She's got like 25.
Just Samantha said she was selling notebooks with Brian Koberger on the cover. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, doesn't she believe Brian Koberger is innocent?
and she believes like
Dude,
someone else
she's
did it.
fucking wild as fuck, dude. Anyhow, here she goes. Here he goes. Tom walks.
Going out, and I'm gonna do a dual screen just so you guys can see what it's like. We literally have a sidebar going on. What's up?
There we go. Celtics. So maybe we'll take you to the garden tonight. And,
Oh,
and that madness. To the madness. I mean, you want to take them to the madness out? That would be something, wouldn't it? And listen, you're never gonna get it. Like, what an opportunity, right? Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll take them into Boston. Yeah.
They have a whole ass fucking table set up. Look at that.
Yeah,
a whole ass
I mean,
table set up.
well, you notice they're not wearing the How's Long to Die in Cold shirts because the Celebrate expert and the other expert completely burnt down that theory to the ground and made them all look like idiots. I hope there's refunds for those people that bought that shirt because you're all a bunch of morons. By the way, just by the way. But you're not seeing the How's Long to Die in Cold shirts. Probably not going to be sold. And I'm sure it was a great line by Alan Jackson in the courtroom when he was asked about, does he want to redirect Jen McCabe? And he says, no, I've damaged her enough.
She said, did y'all know Blair didn't smoke a cigarette all day? Talk about desperate. Yeah, right. He had to have smoked a cigarette. Ain't no way. I don't believe that.
There is no way he did not smoke a cigarette. That guy drinks coffee and cigarettes. I honestly think that's his only diet is coffee and cigarettes. Like that, I truly believe that's what he sustains himself with. It's coffee and cigarettes.
Right. Tables, coolers, tents, drinks, music, TVs, flat screens, tailgating parties. What the hell?
Yeah, I think that was the display table.
I've never seen people party at a dead officer's trial.
Yeah, you would think that you wouldn't want to have the family of the victim to basically have to see you partying. But okay. That's good optics. Fantastic optics. I've seen people on Twitter. I've seen one lady threaten to put a bullet in Jen McCabe. Shoot Jen McCabe. I've seen that. I seen that on Twitter. That was very interesting to see. It just seems like very crazy people. I comprehended. Yeah, I was surprised. I'm not surprised that Blair did not comprehend the Celebrate expert and the other person. I mean, it was explained to him by me 6-7 months ago when I was doing the little debate with him about it, but he still didn't understand. And it was explained by every YouTuber that 227 time was bullshit. And I think Mr. Green is going to get Mr. Sued. Mr. Green's going to get Mr. Sued soon enough for his cherry-picking report that resulted in 2 years of harassment. So good luck, Mr. Green. I hope you jump on that stand and talk. It'd be very interesting to hear from you. Me, Tim, to be fair, that's my primary diet. Cigarettes and coffee? Well, it's a complete part of a complete balanced breakfast. Is it true you have to be invited to get a seat? A seat? Yeah, the family has a certain number of seats that they can give, and usually the Karen Reed side has been giving their seats to YouTubers. Like Melanie Little went down there, a YouTube lawyer. Basically, everyone that's a YouTuber that's part of the free Karen Reed stuff have been getting seats in the courtroom to get their filming. So basically, you're seeing the who's who's of people who support Karen Reed in the courtroom. Yeah, I thought the same exact thing about the text messages, and it just didn't make sense. And the problem is I think the guy who created the Green Report cherry picked the information, and when you have the guy who created the program that you used to extract the information tell you did it wrong, and then you basically said that you cherry picked it, you are fucked civilly. I think that guy, the Green Report, if I was him, I would be running to the hills. I would be talking to my lawyer to see if I could be sued for this. Because the rule of thumb, when you're suing, sue for the person with the biggest pocketbook. So don't sue broke people. Sue people with money. That's what she should be doing, Jen McCabe. I don't know if she has a lawsuit against Yannetti, for false statements in the press. Well, you know, I would probably talk to a lawyer about that, see if she could. But don't sue broke people.
Well, baby, we've been on here about 4.5 hours and stuff, and I got to get some stuff done, get shit packed up and stuff. So,
all right, no problemo. You have a good one, Queen. Don't
my little one. All right. Well, I will talk to you here after a bit.
All right, I'm gonna get you that minion outfit we talked about.
Okay.
And we'll get you that minion hat. We're gonna do a photo op from next.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Bye.
We'll see you later.
See you.
Bye, guys. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank you guys for supporting the Hive. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. Oh, I sure did. WV Girl, thank you for becoming a new member. Tilly T, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Said B Tim Rocks. Barbara McGill, thank you for becoming a new member. Web Sluice, thank you for becoming a new member. And WNC Granny, thank you for becoming a new member as well. I appreciate y'all. I hope you guys have a good night. I tried to come on here last night, but I got busy, so I didn't have a chance to get on here. I'll try tonight. I'm not no guarantees. I will try, but we'll see. Just so we can have like a shoot the shit, hang out kind of chat, you know, just to hang out and chill. I'll try to pop on here later. If not, I will catch y'all on the flip side. I'll see you guys tomorrow.